Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and those that are joining us online. Welcome to the Imagine Forum. My name is Pia Hansson. I'm Director of the Institute of International Affairs. Under the auspices of Höfða Reykjavík Peace Center, we are here today. This is actually the 9th time that we gather for the Imagine Forum. That, of course, means that next year marks the 10th anniversary. And actually 10 years since Höfða Reykjavík Peace Center was founded under the auspices of the Institute of International Affairs through a collaboration between the University of Iceland and the city of Reykjavík. The establishment of Höfða Reykjavík Peace Center enabled the Institute of International Affairs to broaden its research and engagement with the pressing challenges of our time, including human rights abuses, conflict resolution and negotiation, tackling the spread of disinformation and misinformation, and the rise of nationalism and populism in public discourse. The city of Reykjavík collaborated with us in establishing Höfða Reykjavík Peace Center with the vision of formulating a peace policy for the city and strengthening its position as a city of peace on the international stage, guided by the principles of human rights, democracy, and of course, international cooperation. Last night, we were all reminded of this vision as we witnessed, I hope, a few of us, the lighting of the Imagine Peace Tower in Viðey. It might have been a little bit difficult to see, though, since we did have some rain. I must admit that. Anyways, this year's Imagine Forum focuses on human rights as the foundation for peace. It is more important than ever to highlight this in a global climate marked by growing backlash against gender equality, the rights of LGBTQI+ persons, freedom of speech, and democracy itself. It is also especially meaningful to gather here today in the House of Vigdís, named after Vigdís Finnbogadóttir, our former president and the first woman in the world to be democratically elected as a head of state. She remains a role model for Icelandic women and for women everywhere. It is also fitting that today we will hear from strong women who continue this legacy. Foreign Minister for the State of Palestine, Varsen Agabekian, she will be here to talk about efforts to build peace in Palestine. And that is, of course, a very topical thing to discuss today. And speaking about the fight for women's rights in Iran, Nazanin Boniadi, actress and activist. In this spirit, I would like to mention the Vigdís Finnbogadóttir International Prize for Women's Empowerment, established in 2023 and jointly supported by the Government of Iceland and the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. The 2025 Vigdís Prize was in fact awarded to the Palestinian organization Women of the Sun, founded by Reem al-Hajjajireh, whose inspiring initiatives bring Palestinian and Israeli women together through dialogue and collective action for peace. So thank you all very much for being here. I look forward to a very thoughtful and good engagement and dialogue here today. For our next session on the role, oh, no, I skipped. I'm so very, very sorry. I also wanted to mention a few more of the speakers, actually. We're also very fortunate to have with us here today. He's actually being interviewed right now, but he'll be here very soon in this room. Vladimir Kara-Murza, who is a Russian opposition politician, author, historian, and former political prisoner, to shed a light on Russia under Putin and what the future may hold for Russia. Let me also recognize the participation of Jessica Stern, former U.S. Special Envoy for LGBTQI+ rights and senior fellow at the Carl Ryan Center for Human Rights at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. Furthermore, we have a panel led by an expert intervention by Katja Kreutz, who's program director of the Global Security and Governance Research Program at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, addressing the challenges the United Nations face as we acknowledge the 80th anniversary of the most important international body established to restore and maintain peace in the international system. So before I welcome Nazanin Boniadi to the podium, I want to acknowledge our collaborators. Through Höfða Reykjavík Peace Center, the City of Reykjavík, and the University of Iceland, to the Ministry for Foreign Affairs for their diligent support and incredible collaboration this year. And we are also very thankful for the collaboration of the United Nations Association of Iceland. But now, Nazanin, the floor is yours. After Nazanin's intervention, Anna Lúðvíksdóttir, Director of Amnesty International Iceland, will moderate a conversation with Nazanin. So I wish you all an inspiring and interesting day. Nazanin, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for the warm introduction. Thank you for having me here. It's an honor and a privilege to be in your presence. You know, as I got to Reykjavik and felt the chill, the frost in my bones, I couldn't help but imagine that momentous morning in October 1975. Across Iceland, offices fell silent, schools closed, shops shuttered. The very air seemed to stand still because 90% of the nation's women put down their work. They called it Women's Day Off, but it was really a day on. On for equality, on for dignity, on for the simple truth that societies collapse when women's labor and leadership stop. The following year, Iceland passed a sweeping equal rights law. And just 4 years later, it elected Vigdís Finnbogadóttir, who I know we're sitting in a building named in her honor, as the world's first woman to be democratically elected head of state, as we already heard. That legacy lives here still, not as nostalgia, but as muscle memory. Iceland consistently ranks among the world's top Western democracies, with women holding high-level cabinet positions across various sectors. Unlike in many countries where women are often confined to social and cultural portfolios, Icelandic women have long led in fields spanning the economy, industry, and beyond. This reflects the nation's enduring commitment to gender equality in political decision-making. Today, Iceland remains a lighthouse, from equal pay certification requirements for employers to the example of women leading at the very top, including President Halla Tómasdóttir, Iceland's second woman president. I'm sorry if I butchered the name, I tried my best. My country of birth, Iran, has its own phrase for that same lighthouse instinct. Zan, zindagi, azadi, woman, life, freedom. Born of Kurdish women's struggle and carried by millions of Iranians, it tells a universal story. When women rise, nations rise. Yet while Iceland has ranked number 1 in the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index for 15 consecutive years, Iran has languished in the bottom 10%. This stark contrast reveals why the slogan, woman, life, freedom, is such a profound threat to the Islamic Republic. It exposes a system built on denying women's rights. It is the antidote to the regime's poisons: misogyny, murder, repression. This is our through line today. It runs from Reykjavik in 1975 to Tehran in 2022 and beyond. It says, collective courage moves history. And it demands that free societies match the bravery of those risking everything for freedom. Iceland hasn't only led at home, it has shown up for Iranian women abroad. In November 2022, as the world reeled from the killing of Jina Mahsa Amini and the uprising that followed, Iceland was the engine in calling for an urgent special session at the UN Human Rights Council. That session established the international fact-finding mission, the FFMI, on Iran, to investigate violations, especially against women and children. Iceland then helped ensure that accountability didn't fade with the news cycle. In April 2024, the Human Rights Council renewed the FFMI mandate, with Iceland listed among the main sponsors of the resolution, so that evidence collection and reporting could continue. In 2025, the Council went further, expanding and extending the mandate again. That steady procedural work saves lives and preserves truth. Yet this vital work now faces a budget crisis. The UN Human Rights Pillar receives only 1% of total UN funding. And cost-cutting has already left the FFMI with barely half its staff. Iceland's leadership is even more crucial in keeping it alive. Iceland has also leaned into the next frontier of international law, recognizing and codifying gender apartheid as a crime against humanity. In UN legal debates on a new Crimes Against Humanity treaty, Iceland explicitly welcomed discussions of applying the crime of apartheid to gender-based regimes, such as the Islamic Republic in Iran and the Taliban in Afghanistan, helping turn a moral intuition into a legal instrument. This matters because what Iranian women face today is not a series of isolated abuses. It's a system of oppression. And it's not just about hijab. Iranian women are among the few in the world who have fewer rights than their grandmothers did. Yet it is these same women who have risen fearlessly to ignite the movement the regime cannot extinguish. One of Ayatollah Khomeini's first acts after seizing power in 1979 was not only to impose compulsory hijab, but also to roll back hard-won women's rights in marriage, in child custody, in divorce. He lowered the legal age of marriage from 18 to 9, a provision still used today. Women were forbidden from singing solo in public, dancing in public. They were banned from certain professions, including becoming judges and president, laid off from government offices, and their lives and court testimony devalued to half that of men's. Of course, some women were called back to work because many of the new ruling elite had not finished high school and certainly didn't know how to type, which is why the state's response to woman life freedom was to pass a new compulsory veiling law, piling draconian punishments onto women and girls who resist the veil, and anyone who expresses solidarity with them. Even as Iran's economy teeters in freefall, the Islamic Republic spends hundreds of millions of dollars every year sustaining its hijab enforcement apparatus. Though women have made its enforcement publicly costly, the new law remains on the books. Women still face fines, harassment, and even flogging. And businesses are shuttered for serving unveiled women. UN experts and rights groups have urged its repeal, warning of an escalation in policing bodies and lives. The only reason it is enforced unevenly, and you see images in Tehran and Shiraz and Rasht and major Iranian cities of tens of thousands of women unveiled, it pretty much looks like a Western city these days, is because the world is watching. These laws exist, these repressive laws exist, but the world is watching. If that stops, Iranian women will be left to stand alone. At the same time, a new espionage law criminalizes dissent and expands the death penalty. The state has unleashed a breathtaking wave of executions. More than 970 people were killed in 2024 alone, accounting for 64% of global executions. And as of today, October 10th, at least 1,172 people have been executed so far in 2025, the highest rate in 3 decades. many for offenses that do not meet the most serious crimes standard under international law, many for no crime at all, without due process, without fair trials. There are children in Baluchistan sentenced to death for participating in the weekly protests in the fall of 2022. This is not justice. This is a policy of terror. These facts are not abstract. They are the missing chairs at family tables. They are daughters denied education, grieving parents dragged to prison, journalists silenced, families shattered, communities broken. But to truly grasp the devastation, let us bear witness to the voices of Shaheen, Abdul Qaderi, Yalda, Dehqani, and Hasti Hussein Panahi, three courageous survivors of the Islamic Republic's atrocities.
سلام، من شاهین عبدالقادری هستم، یکی از آسیب دیده‌های جنبش ژینا. یک شب که در زمان خیزش ما بیرون رفته بودیم به سمت ما تیراندازی شد. الان 300 ساچمه توی طرف راست صورت منه. 50 روز بعد جمهوری اسلامی شوهر منو دزدید. به این هم راضی نشدن، پسرم را گرفتن، شکنجه کردن به خاطر اطلاع رسانی درباره سرنوشت پدرش. الان در وضعیت بدی به سر میبرم و نیاز فوری به درمان دارم. اینها گوشه ای از جنایت‌های جمهوری اسلامی هستند و من شاهد زنده آن هستم.
یلدا دهقانی هستم. 28 ساله. متأهل هستم و ایران میکاپ آرتیست و گیریمور بودم. با شروع اعتراضات زن، زندگی، آزادی، من هم مثل بسیاری از هم‌میهنانم با ایمان به اینکه آزادی حق ماست، سکوتم را شکستم. به خیابان رفتم و بهایش را با از دست دادن زندگی خودم و خانواده‌ام و 7 ماه شکنجه و تجاوز و اعدام مصنوعی دادم. بارها مرگ را بوسیدم، ولی زنده موندم تا شهادت بدم. ما از همیشه به حقیقتی که برایش جنگیدیم نزدیکتر هستیم. زن، زندگی، آزادی.
سلام و درود. من سمیرا مادر هستی حسین پناهی هستم. قبل هر چیز دردآورترین کار همین است که من به جای هستی حرف میزنم. هستی در زمان قیام ژینا در سال 401 دانش آموز 14 ساله در مقطع دوم راهنمایی بود و همزمان با تحصیل به نویسندگی در زمینه داستان‌های کوتاه فعالیت میکرد. هستی در مدرسه توسط نیروهای اطلاعات شهرستان دهقلان از توابع استان کردستان مورد بازجویی قرار گرفت و تا جایی که برای دستگیری او به تعقیب سرویس مدرسه اقدام کردند و در اثر این اقدام وحشیانه هستی به مدت 6 ماه کما بود. هنوز هم با گذشت 3 سال از این اتفاق متاسفانه هنوز سمت راست بدنش فلج است و از لحاظ ذهنی هم با مشکلات جدی روبروست. جمهوری اسلامی طی این 46 سال جنایت زیادی علیه کودکان و مردم ایران مرتکب شده که هستی و افراد زیادی نمونه بارز و شاهدی زنده بر جنایت جمهوری اسلامی هستند.
Their courage brings us back to the question before us: how will free nations respond? The bravery of these survivors mirrors the unyielding spirit of Iranian civil society. Even in the face of unimaginable cruelty, women continue to reject the compulsory hijab, to sing, to dance, to reclaim the public square. With each act of defiance, they have reshaped society, not because the regime has reformed, but because Iranian women are unstoppable. Today, Iranians, regardless of age, gender, ethnicity, or ideology, are insisting on a future where no one's dignity is conditional. Iceland's story teaches us 3 lessons that resonate powerfully for Iran. The first is that shared purpose turns many voices into one powerful community. The 1975 strike worked because it was collective. In Iran, the movement's power is also collective. Students, workers, teachers, truck drivers, minorities, artists, mothers of the slain. Our task is to keep that community visible and connected, even as the regime tries to divide its opposition and international lawmakers in order to survive. The second, in free societies, law is a lever for change, not a tool of oppression. In Iceland, collective action led to laws that locked in women's gains. In Iran, by contrast, laws silence, punish, and prevent change. The Iranian people understand that the regime itself is the obstacle to justice, and that establishing a representative, accountable system in its place is the only way to end impunity. Just as Iceland transformed activism into lasting legal change, Iranians can turn today's fight into tomorrow's constitutional protections. Third, symbols only matter if they mobilize. Vigdis in 1980 wasn't symbolism, she was governance. Likewise, woman, life, freedom isn't a hashtag. It is a governance demand for women's rights, for dignity, for democracy. So where do we go from here? I'd like to offer 5 concrete avenues for Icelandic leadership. The first, lock in accountability architecture. Continue to co-sponsor and rally votes each Human Rights Council session to sustain the FFMI and the Special Rapporteur in Iran until systemic change is verifiable. Ensure that the resolutions on Iran include language addressing transnational repression, because that repression doesn't only exist at home. They follow dissidents abroad, and they target them. Encourage more states to second national investigators to the FFMI to accelerate evidence preservation for future prosecutions. Secondly, advance the law on gender apartheid. In the UN Sixth Committee negotiations on the Crimes Against Humanity Treaty, champion explicit recognition of gender-based apartheid, building on Iceland's own public interventions, calling for that discussion. Convene a Reykjavik legal roundtable bringing Global South jurists, Afghan and Iranian women's rights defenders, and treaty negotiators to land workable text. Thirdly, target the machinery of repression. Use Iceland's sanctions and financial integrity tools, coordinated with the EU and like-minded states, to designate individuals and entities credibly implicated in severe abuses. The architects of the compulsory veiling law, those cracking down on peaceful protests, state broadcasters airing forced confessions, and those directing execution surges. Iceland can also use its free press to amplify Iranian dissidents' voices while exposing and countering regime propaganda. Fourth, resource civil society resilience. Expand emergency visas and temporary relocation fellowships for Iranian human rights defenders, journalists, lawyers, and artists. Help fund independent unions, human rights defenders, scholarships for at-risk students, Persian language helplines, legal aid, and digital safety training. Partner Icelandic universities, media labs, and women-led startups with Iranian diaspora initiatives to sustain knowledge networks. Fifth, keep the world's eyes open. Use Iceland's moral megaphone, its presidency, its parliament, cities, and cultural institutions to platform Iranian voices at every major gathering. Instead of hosting representatives of the repressive regime, invite courageous Iranians to your state functions, amplifying the voices of those fighting for the very freedoms you uphold. Encourage sustained media coverage of the execution crisis and the targeting of women under the hijab law. This grim arithmetic must never be normalized. Solidarity is not seasonal. It's not the week of an anniversary. It's the work between anniversaries. It sounds like ambassadors counting votes in Geneva at 3 a.m. It looks like a small island state standing up in rooms where it would be easier to sit down. It feels like the steady hand extended to those still crossing their storm. Iceland once taught the world that when women sit out, everything stops. Iranian women are teaching the world that when women stand up, everything moves. They have marched unveiled, under batons and cameras. They have sung in court corridors. They have turned grief into action. Our task, our privilege, is to match their courage with consistency. So let us commit to name the system, gender apartheid, so we can outlaw it, to count every life taken, over 1,100 so far in 2025, so we can halt the machinery that takes the next, to raise the political cost of repression and stop the Islamic Republic in its tracks, and to defend the truth finders, the fact-finding mission, and the special rapporteur, so history cannot be revised by the perpetrators. Movements are maps. They tell us not only where people are, but where they're going. The map from Reykjavik to Tehran is clearer than it seems, from Women's Day off to woman life freedom. From the world's first elected woman president to the day Iran holds its first truly free election, where every woman can compete for the nation's highest offices. The poet Forufar Rossad once wrote, "I shall plant my hands in the garden. I shall grow. I know, I know, I know." Iranian women have planted their hands in the rocky soil of history. Our job is to make sure that garden survives the storm, grows roots strong enough to shape its destiny, and ultimately sees the sun. Just as Iceland's legacy honors the Valkyries and Freya as symbols of strength and guardianship, Iran's future can rise on the wings of women inspired by the ancient goddess Anahita and the courage of generations. Our societies, though distant, are bound by this deep reverence for women as creators and protectors of life and freedom. Kona, liv, frelsi. Zan, zendegi, azadi. Woman, life, freedom. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for this powerful, strong speech. And thank you also for sharing those testimonies that you showed up on the screen from these women that have endured horrific incidents and brutal violations for themselves and their loved ones. My name is Anna Ludvigsdóttir. I'm the director of Amnesty International here in Iceland. And I've been so honored to spend some time with you last couple of days. And we have managed to have some talks. Now we will have around 15 minutes more that we can talk together. And then I will open the floor here so the audience can make questions to Nazanin. And yes, so I will just start with some thoughts. Of course, during your speech, you went over a broad spectrum of the power of the Iranian women, but as well how strong the regime is and how the violations are so brutal. You also mentioned that the grandmothers of the women today, they had more freedom and more rights than the young women that are growing up there today. Can you maybe paint a picture of the difference before 1979 and after 1979? What is the difference that is maybe obvious to people that are living there, but also maybe something more hidden, something more kept away from the public eye at least?
Sure. First of all, excuse the tears. This sometimes happens because 18 years of activism, and this feels like such a watershed moment that we have to seize. And I'm so inspired, to be honest, being in Iceland with you all, and your strong female leadership, women's leadership is just so meaningful to me. But to answer your question, what many people don't realize is that before 1979, there were definitely problems in Iran. But as far as women's rights went, there was this thing called the White Revolution, pre-1979, where there were hard-gained rights that women had made progress in, and especially in family law, in divorce and child custody and various aspects of their life that made their lives much easier. And veiled and unveiled women coexisted and peacefully. And when I see images of my parents' wedding, for example, in Tehran, which took place, I think, in just before, maybe a couple of years before the revolution happened, you wouldn't believe it. You would think, well, this is just like, any free society that you can think of. So when we talk about compulsory hijab, it really is just an outward symbol of the overall repression that women have faced over the past 46 years, where practically overnight, those hard-earned gains were stripped away. And as I said in my speech, the legal age of marriage for women was reduced from 18 to 9, and that can still happen with the approval of a judge and a father's approval. And so that's from child marriage to the loss of all those family laws and protections, and the fact that we used to have a thriving national ballet. We had female pop singers. This is something that is sort of unfathomable now. It's unbelievable for people, but it is a very stark contrast. And because these young women are seeing images of their grandmothers doing all those things and going to the beach with their boyfriend, it's something that they connect to, and they think that they can regain those rights.
Mm-hmm. So they see they have role models in front of them in the people in their families, but as well probably, as you say, in photos and stories that their grandmothers tell them. What do you think? You mentioned also gender apartheid. What significance does it have that it has been recognized, the system has been recognized as a gender apartheid? Amnesty International now uses that word. We hear that human rights organizations are using that word for the system. What difference does that make for women in Iran?
Yes, I want to be careful because we have recognized it as Amnesty and various institutions and lawmakers. I'm so grateful that the lawmaking, several years ago, lawmakers would hesitate to say the words gender apartheid. Even at Amnesty, we struggled to use, because we thought, well, this isn't really a legal, and it still is not, under international law, a legal term. But we're normalizing it because you have to name it to dismantle it. It's as simple as that. If you don't name it, if you don't have it codified, how can you dismantle it? So I applaud every woman leader, every government that is pushing that forward, because I think it's one of those things that, as it did in the racial context for South Africa, it will absolutely change things for the women of Afghanistan and Iran.
Now, you're also a world-famous actress, if I can come a little bit into a personal part of your life. You have used the platform that you have to raise your voice, and you have been an activist for a long time. Has either role in your life, either being an actress, interfered with you being an activist, or your activism, has it ever interfered with your role as an actress?
Well, I'm not naive to the fact that I get to do this activism on the level that I do it because of my acting platform. I mean, I would like to think that this is something I could do, even if I wasn't an actor. But the truth is that they go hand in hand. I always say that as an actor, I sort of get to portray the human condition. And as an activist, I hopefully get to contribute to changing the human condition. But both of them are rooted in empathy. Now, where it gets tricky is, for example, when Women, Life, Freedom happened, and I was promoting a TV series, I knew in that moment that I had to prioritize my activism. This has become sort of a full-time job for me. It, of course, does from that, because I knew that that moment called for 100% of my attention, all of our attention, in this moment that was sort of a very unique moment in history that we had to seize on. And so in that sense, when you're outspoken, there's always a chance that someone may not agree with you. To be honest, if there weren't people who disagreed, we wouldn't have to be doing this work.
For sure.
So, of course, activism is all about pushing up against boundaries and walls, and I think that can always create pushback that can affect your career and your livelihood, but I think it's a moral imperative, and I can't do it any other way.
Yeah. And you have been championing, for Amnesty International since 2008. Earlier this year, you were chosen as the ambassador of conscience for Amnesty in UK. How important is it, these human rights organizations, not only Amnesty International, is, plentiful of them. How important is it that these organizations are often hand in hand, fighting for the same cause and putting the eyes of the world on the same issues? How does that help the fight of the Iranian women?
Yeah, I've been very fortunate to be partnered with Amnesty US for a long time, and then Amnesty UK, I think it's been for a few years now, and I'm on the board of a wonderful organization, US-based organization called the Abdurrahman Burman Center for Human Rights in Iran, which is only Iran-focused. And what it does is it essentially organizes the work that I'm able to do. It gives you a sense of community, and it gives you a partnership that essentially helps streamline your activism. Mm-hmm. I remember when I started, I would, by myself and maybe two of my friends, go outside of media networks and hold pickets and signs and then just sort of try to get the word out. But when you have organizations you can partner with, it really gives you sort of an avenue and a path to follow. And you have like-minded people, who can work alongside you, because I think this work, you cannot do it alone. It takes community, as you know, as the head of Amnesty here in Iceland.
Power numbers.
Exactly.
You mentioned also that now we can see photos from Tehran of women dressed.
I showed you the video.
Yes, you showed me a video a couple of days ago, and it was quite impressive. It's almost like, wow, this is definitely not the image that I would have of women in Iran at the moment. But obviously there are some changes coming. Something seems to be there, like women are pushing back. How is the society? I'm also interested, how are the men in society also embracing this pushback?
It's interesting. I thought about playing that video for you, but my fear is always, when people see that video, they say, oh, well, what's the problem? Well, there is a problem, but it's just that these women are fearless, and they're dressing however they want anyway. Of course, the regime is still taking people and making examples of them. They know they're all at risk, but it's not the regime that's reformed. It's them who are unstoppable, as I said in my speech. And I think that pushing the boundary until it's peaceful civil disobedience. It's essentially, that's what it is. And it's changed, the lives of people across the world, this peaceful civil resistance and disobedience. And that's exactly what they're doing. The difference today is that Iranian men are standing shoulder to shoulder with their daughters, their wives, their sisters, their mothers. the opposite of what happened in 79, where women were thrown under the bus and they were forced to do, there was an uprising, 100,000 women strong, at least tens of thousands of Iranian women took to the capital, the streets of the capital, protesting against the newly forming compulsory hijab law. And they were met with acid in their faces, batons to the necks, and imprisonment and threats. And who was doing that? The people in charge. And who was telling them to submit? The men around them. And that has changed. And so what I want to make clear is that the people right now, the majority of the people being executed are men. Because these are also men who are calling for democracy and standing for the women. And it's not just about women's rights anymore. It's become about democracy because they understand that without half the population of a country being represented and having their freedoms, democracy can't exist. But also ethnic and religious minorities have no rights. And LGBTQ plus community doesn't have rights. And the list goes on and on. But it all comes from a system that favors political survival over public welfare. And so every step that they take is to preserve themselves as a regime and not to protect and help the people.
And you mentioned also the death penalty. Over 1,000 people have been killed so far in 2025, which is the highest number of execution in Iran for at least 15 years that Amnesty has recorded. 30 years, you mentioned. Amnesty, of course, called for the abolition of the death penalty in every instance all around the world, and we do so as well for Iran. Do you think there's any hope that Iran will stop this cruel and degrading punishment?
So in free societies, the system ensures that the justice prevails. Essentially, we have systems that allow us to fight against injustice. I think it was Bill Clinton who said there's nothing wrong with America that can't be made right with what's right with them, can't be fixed with what's right with America. The same is true for any free society. We have the elements in place to fix things. The opposite is true with a country like Iran under the Islamic Republic. And the reason I say that is because the very pillars of the system ensure its wrongs cannot be made right. So unfortunately, I don't see hope until this regime is still there. But I have the hope that I have is that the people inside Iran will self-determine and will find what is right for them. But as we've seen in movements across the world, no one can do it alone. And that does not mean, interfering. That does not mean, this is something that the Iranian people will do by themselves. But they need your support. They need international support. And that looks like the fact-finding mission at the UN. That looks like solidarity with brave Iranian dissidents and not platforming regime officials. And internet, I think, is something that I didn't mention in my speech, but every time there's an uprising, they shut down the internet. And I'm hoping that the free societies across the world can find a way to allow Iranians to not only organize with each other, but communicate with the outside world during those uprisings.
Absolutely. Obviously, they don't want the information to get out of the country or inside. And while the death penalty is, or they use executions like that, every single person is under a threat. The whole community is not just, those who commit crimes. It's everybody is under, basically. So I guess it creates an atmosphere of terror, actually, within people. Everybody has to fear for their lives. Now, recently, Donald Trump is deporting hundreds of Iranians back to Iran as part of his immigration policy. What do you think about this? What is going to happen to those people when they go back to Iran?
I mean, when you look at the reason the most Iranians leave Iran, they're not usually economic migrants. They're usually at-risk groups. ethnic and religious minority groups, LGBTQ+, women, dissidents, journalists. I mean, the list goes on and on of people who are persecuted. But my fear is that the people who are being deported will face extreme consequences when they go back. One case that I just became aware of is a filmmaker, an Iranian female filmmaker named Höfða Sobhani, who made a short film called That Night about a woman, her friend, Neda, who was arrested during the 2022 Women Life Freedom Uprising and sent to Evin prison and interrogated and humiliated. And that was the time when Evin prison, there was a fire in Evin prison that broke out. And this short film is so powerful because it basically tells the story of the resilience and courage of the Iranian people, that we have to maintain hope. And what do you think will happen to this young female filmmaker when she goes back, when she's sent back to Iran by force? Someone who's bravely been amplifying the voices of the Iranian people. That's just one case that I'm aware of. But I'm sure there are many more, and I just encourage this administration to please understand that if on the one hand you're saying you support the Iranian people, but on the other hand you're not supporting dissidents, that is sending a very mixed message to the Iranian people.
Yeah. I think our time is up here. I want to open the floor for the audience to raise their questions. She will have the microphone. Thank you so much for our talk. Is anybody here that would like to? Yeah, is first one there, then a second one there.
Thank you very much for it. Very humble and emotional speech you had.
Thank you.
My first knowledge to the Iranian family was in Windsor, England, 1884. And that was a great evening, great food. Great people. My question is to you. Maria Corina from Venezuela was announced as a president. Her basic idea is to have a peaceful transaction from dictatorship into democracy.
Yes.
I wonder if this move now, today, together with what you are talking about, how her fight can help you and your people to change. We are seeing this elsewhere. I see the respectful, honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of Palestine here. This is the same. The movement here in Iceland got this rights with a peaceful process.
That's right.
How optimistic are you regarding to your country?
I'm very optimistic. Thank you for your question. I'm very optimistic, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm seeing more and more women lead. The reason I'm so inspired to be here in Iceland is because of women's leadership and the example that you set. You know, when you look at the statistic that 95%, this is a UN statistic, that 95% of homicides, murders, are committed by men. It begs the question, of course, violent sexual assault and rape, of course, over 90%. It begs the question that why are more women not in positions of leadership? Because I truly believe that if we are to bring peace to the world and encourage peaceful civil disobedience in that transition and peaceful, then there needs to be, at the very least, a partnership between men and women, and that women need to be at the table. So it's inspiring to me to see women platformed and celebrated at the Nobel. I was there a couple of years ago when Narges Mohammadi won, and it's really inspiring, and it's a really important time to see so many women leaders being recognized and celebrated for choosing peace as the vehicle of change. And I think one thing that I want to stress is when we're seeing a backsliding of democracy across the world, and that's because autocracies are so united. Autocracies have really found a way to whether it's through propaganda or through unifying in their sort of mission, no matter their differences, they'll find a way to sort of attack democracy. Democracies have not been as united in recent years, and so there's a real backsliding in free societies of democracy. And until that changes, and until there's a unified and consistent way to address these threats by autocracies and by dictatorships, we're going to lose this battle. And I think one of the key elements is to put women at the table in free societies, to speak to their counterparts, Palestinian counterparts and the Venezuelan counterparts, and to have this, I think, network of women who can come up with the solutions. In a way, I'm sorry to say to the gentleman in the room, that history has proven that hasn't happened so far. So I think it's a very important and exciting time, and I actually welcome that there are male decision makers, men who are making this decision to open up the space and bring in women as they should.
Thank you. One question here, and then there are two down here.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your wonderful speech. And as an Iranologist myself, and being from your neighboring country, from Armenia, it was really exciting for me to hear your perspective on this issue. And you also described that pre-revolution period as better for women. However, there are many critics arguing that Shah's reforms were just top-down and they lack societal legitimacy, which also kind of triggered backlash and resulted in the Islamic Revolution. So my question is, do you think the current challenges reflect a reaction to those earlier challenges, or they were just like out of nowhere and that triggered all of this? Thank you so much.
It's an excellent and insightful question, and I'll tell you why. Because I think unless Iranians, there's a chicken and egg situation in here. Did a problem exist before 1979? And I'm not talking about only leadership. Within society, did we not, there's something that has been long existing within us that we need to fix. The idea that we can overcome this regime, for example, as individuals, to me is a pipe dream. We have to find unity in the opposition. And I think that is where the chicken and egg situation comes in, is unity didn't really exist before 79. We're very factionalized, we have many, many factions. And until that is resolved, until we find a way to make democracy our goal and set aside our differences, then that hope is not going to be kept alive. And unfortunately, that didn't happen before 79, and it's still not happening. I'm hoping, what's interesting is the youth in Iran, the people who are putting their lives on the line, they're all united across ideological divides. What is troubling to me is it's the people who are in the comfort of their homes across the world who don't seem to get their act together, and it really is the diaspora. So my call to Iranians everywhere is, this is a pivotal moment for the country. Are you going to really talk about division in this moment? And no, I'm left, I'm right, I'm a Republican, I'm a monarchist, I'm an extreme monarchist, I'm a constitutional monarchist, I want this person, I want that person, I won't talk to this person because they, this is a huge problem. Yes, it exists across the world, but it's very intensified in the Iranian context. So my hope is that we really start to reflect on issues that existed before 1979, what we didn't manage to fix. I think one thing that did exist in 79 with someone like Bakhtiar, who was the prime minister, is there was room for reform. And I think the problem now is there's no room for reform. So there are lessons that we can take from 79, pre-79, the revolution to date. But unless we learn lessons from history, it's going to repeat itself.
I think there was a question over here. Did I see a hand? No? Magne, then? Yes. Okay. We'll take two questions at the same time now. And so.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was very inspiring and also very educational. And, obviously all of us brought in, you work for the Gender Conference Convention. But my interest is a little bit in the role of religion when it comes to gender equality, because one of the issues with the level of gender equality not only in Iceland but in Northern Europe is partly the religion. Like Martin Luther was reforming the Catholic religion, Protestant religion came out of it, and he was saying there shouldn't be any intermediate between man and God. And women said, well, we are also men. So they started to advocate to become priests. And in Iceland, for example, the first by law, it was very contested that you could become a priest in 1914, then 1974 was the first women. It was when feminism was, they became feminist theology, and then the first bishop was not until 2012. So if you're not good enough for God, are you good enough to be a politician, prime minister, or president? Because there is this kind of association. And then religion of Islam, and then you see predominantly Catholic, Orthodox Islamic countries, the level of gender equality is lower. And of course, religion of Islam is one thing, and political Islam is another one. And political Islam appeared to be kind of the discovery of man to gain power and use it in a very instrumental way to suppress women. And I feel that the religion of Islam is not the problem, is the political Islam that is owned by men and used by men to keep them in power and oppress others. And then you were talking about the women pushing back. There's this organization called Musawa.
Maybe bring up the question so more people can.
In 2007. And they are really doing this. They're coming, they're academics, they're theologians, they're women, they're activists, they're feminists, and they're trying to come up with alternative interpretation of their own religion to reconcile between gender equality, women's rights, and the belief in God. So, what is the role of religion in the whole thing?
I think in a nutshell.
We're
Could you
going to
another
take, we're going to
question?
take two
Yes, sure.
questions just to
Okay,
try to
if
use
I
the
can
time
remember.
better. Yeah, I wrote here. Role of
Thank you so
religion.
much.
I'm actually from Europe.
Hi,
So
Salam.
I wanted to ask one question that, what we've seen that women life freedom got a lot of attention worldwide. And then, of course, the attention went to pro-Palestine movement suddenly because it was such a disaster that was happening.
Yes.
But if you're wrong, I'm not trying to say that that's less important or more important. I am actually a pro-Palestine activist and an environmentalist that I've been leading campaigns actually for both. What I'm trying to say, I do that because I see a very bold connection between all of these movements. But what is happening in practice, as you said, we have to be united. But what happens is that when a disaster happens in climate or when something happens in a war, it divides the movements. What I'm trying to do to say that these are all connected, and I'm advocating more and more for that. But I just want to hear from you, how do you see in practice, how is it possible to amplify through other movements that's happening?
Yeah. Thank you for that important question. To get to the first one, I think what I'm hearing is politicized anything, any religion, politicized. We've seen it politicized in other religions too, has been detrimental to the world. And we still see elements of politicized religion in other, not in Iceland, but we see it across the world where religion is politicized. And I oppose that. The reason why Iranian people are risking everything is to separate the state from. They don't want a theocracy. They want a secular democracy. So I 100% agree that any time you have religion mixed with politics, it will be a problem, whatever that religion is. And yes, the issue of fundamentalism in Islam is a huge problem. The fundamentalism in any religion is a huge problem. And my hope is that we understand that faith is really a personal thing, that societies benefit when it is not something that is part of a system. And I think anytime we try to impose that on a society, that there will never be a deep understanding of the reason why Iranians want the highest rate of Christian converts in the world, there are 1 million Christians, is Iran. The fault lies with the regime. They have ruined Islam for Iranians. They believe that this is the problem. This is the religion is the problem. So they're doing a disservice. They don't know that they're doing it. They're not helping the cause of Islam in the world. One thing that I say to people is, I call it the Islamic Republic, because that's what they call themselves. And when people push back at that, I say, no, you have to understand, this is the name they've given themselves. I will continue to use that word until they stop calling themselves that, because I don't think they should be calling themselves that. So I think we have to allow society, as they're doing in Iran, to demand that separation. The ones who took into the streets of Tehran, of the major cities in Iran in 1979, to bring in this theocracy, which, by the way, was a minority of the overall population, but they were very vocal, wanted this. And now, unfortunately, they have to be the ones who say, we don't want this, and push back at it. It's not something we can say, like, this is the problem, they suffered the consequences for 46 years. And so I would argue that Iranians are among the most protective of democracy, or the fight for democracy in the world. They value freedom more than most, because it was taken away from them in many contexts, not in the political context, because there wasn't political freedom necessarily in Iran pre-79, but social freedoms and women's rights were very much part of society. So that's to answer your question. In essence, I think we need to have secularism everywhere. Well, and the second question was, please remind me, you said, how do I connect? People often ask me, especially because I work with Amnesty. Amnesty covers a broad array of issues. I have chosen, for example, my path is to focus on Iran. And the reason for that is I am not well-versed. I don't know the nuances of Venezuela, of Russia, of Gaza. I don't know the nuances. I don't want to misspeak. I can say I see the pain and the suffering of the Palestinian people. I want that to stop. But for me to get into more deeper conversations as an actress who is focused on this Iran issue, and I know a lot about the Iran issue, I don't know how to articulate the issues, you know what I mean? So I think that when you are well-versed as you are on that issue, you should absolutely have the right to speak on multiple issues. And they are connected. Of course human rights are connected. How can they not be? And if anybody pushes back at, why is this, nothing is more important than the other. I think the people who are shouting from the rooftops in any of these countries, saying, what about us, is because the world has looked away for too long. And they need you to say it. But I always say to activists, please do your homework. Don't just go and say, I read this and I'm just going to share it on social media, because that's never going to do anyone any good. But follow the accounts that you should be following, the voices that matter on these subjects, and get well versed. And then if anyone tells you that this is, one cause is more important than the other, or this is the cause that is the most important right now, as you articulated it perfectly, these are connected. And I don't want to see the people of Gaza suffering. I don't want to see the people of Iran suffering. This is not a competition. This is about basic fundamental human rights. And I think that the time that we live in right now that's so painful is the moment you give humanity to a hostage taken in Israel, and you also say, I want freedom for the people of Palestine. That becomes a conflict. That shouldn't be a conflict, right? Because basic human rights are basic human rights, And I think it's the sign of a polarized world that we live in, that when we talk about the fundamental rights of human beings, it immediately becomes politicized.
No, apparently we don't have time for more questions. I think we could sit here all day. Nazanin, thank you so much, and it has been great to spend time with you. I hope you all take something from this moment that we had here together. Thank you so much.
We are off to a flying start with strong women here. And now it is my pleasure and honor to introduce to you Varsen Agabekyan, who was appointed Foreign Minister of Palestine this past June, having previously served as Deputy Minister for nearly a year. She previously served as Commissioner General of the Palestinian Independent Commission for Human Rights. She studied in the US, has her PhD earned from the University of Pittsburgh. Welcome to the University of Iceland. And we also have David Logi Sigurðsson, who will join her after her speech for a conversation. But Dr. Agabekyan, the floor is yours.
Good day to all, and it's a great, great pleasure and honor to be in Iceland and to be here today. Iceland is very dear to our hearts. Iceland was one of the first countries that recognized the state of Palestine. And today, many other countries are following suit. And I believe had they done this when Iceland recognized, maybe our situation would be different. It's also a pleasure for me to be here because I was, for many years, an academic myself. And I love academic environments because in an academic environment, you think. You think and you worry about humanity and you worry about development. And you reflect and you free yourself sometimes from whatever is happening around you. And today, before we start our discussion, I would like to zoom into one specific aspect that influences a lot of what we are in or what we do as politicians, as diplomats, as academicians, you name it. And that is of international law. So why is it so important for me to discuss international law? It is important because I believe that as a Palestinian, the lack of applying international law for many, many years is what has gotten us where we are today. And the pain and the suffering of my people is a result, a direct result of the inapplicability of international law. Because if international law is unequally applied, then the rule-based order that all of you, all of your parents and grandparents, all of your countries have strived to develop goes into shambles. And inapplicability limits the law of power, and you end up living in a world that is governed by the law of jungle. International law also should be preventing war crimes and protecting civilians, which I don't see when it comes to Palestine or other areas in this world. It should forbid occupation, under which I have been living for many, many decades now. And it should give me my right to self-determination. And today, because of the inapplicability of that law, I am deprived of that right, because there are some certain powers that put a limit on that. So international law is not an abstract word. It is in the UN conventions, it is in the Geneva Conventions, it is in the Genocide Convention, it is part of the center of UN work, it is part of the ICJ's work, it is part of the ICC's work, and yet we see it applied differently in different parts of the world. When human rights are violated in Ukraine, the whole world is upside down. When human rights have been violated for decades in Palestine, we have not seen the same response. And we need to ask why. Aren't we the same people? Aren't we all created by the same God? Shouldn't we enjoy the same rights? Why would people in the north enjoy more rights than people in the south? All these questions are very much related to how we apply international law. And the authority and credibility of institutions that say they go by international law is jeopardized. It's jeopardized, and the responsibility is on all of us to keep pushing. States that say they are for international law and they respect human rights and say they need to comply with international law, they need to do so. Exactly that, and nothing but that. And we see today that there are states that claim they are for international law, but they don't comply with international law, and they force others not to comply with international law. That brings me to the case of Palestine, where I have been living under a lingering occupation for 7 decades now. And I tell you, occupation is so ugly. No one would want to live under occupation, and no one would embrace that occupation with open arms. Even if they say you have a 5-star occupation. No occupation is a 5-star occupation, and people will struggle against occupation. That's a natural thing for people to do when they want to liberate themselves. And they have been long-term violations of human rights under this specific occupation. And if you have a check on the human rights people enjoy elsewhere, people in Iceland enjoy, I can assure you that every single aspect of those human rights is violated in Palestine. From my right to move, from my right to education, from our right to healthcare, from our right to worship, you name it, violations are left and right. None of the UN resolutions pertaining Israel-Palestine have been complied with. And I can assure you there have been hundreds of General Assembly resolutions, no compliance. Tens of UN Security Council resolutions, none complied with. The occupier, because of non-compliance, has been able to change the geography and demography of occupied territory. And we know for a fact that this is a violation of international law, because the Geneva Convention says very clearly an occupier cannot change the geography or the demography of occupied land. And we see that, and the occupier state of Israel has, for the last 7 decades, changed the geography and the demography by building illegal settlements on occupied territory and moving illegal settlers from Israel proper to occupied territory. Today we have some 750 to 900,000 illegal Israeli settlers on occupied Palestinian territory, which is today the occupied state of Palestine. Land confiscation is a continuous process. Home demolitions of Palestinians is ongoing. Violation of human rights left and right, and the whole thing has culminated in the aggression on Gaza. Now, the aggression on Gaza and the violence, I know people say that October 7th was violent. Yes, it was violent. It was very violent. I acknowledge that. But it cannot be seen divorced from a context of violence for over 7 decades. But that violence on October 7th has brought a response that is way much more violent than the violence exercised on October 7th. I'm not saying that this makes it more violent or this makes it less violent. Violence is violence, but we need to understand violence in the context in which it has been happening. The aggression on Gaza has produced a staggering toll. Some 70,000 killed, 70,000. Some 170,000 injured. And God knows how many more under the rubble, still missing. We don't know their fate. 20% of a population has been either killed, injured, a whole family obliterated, families of 100, 150, 200 family members gone from the population registry, impeding humanitarian assistance, displacement of 2.3 million people, not once, not twice, not 3 times. And these people were refugees initially. They are refugees from villages in Israel proper. So they were made refugees twice, 3 times, 10 times. Can you imagine 2.3 million people made refugees in an area that is as small as 365 square kilometers? Today in Gaza, over 60, 70,000 live on 1 square kilometer. Even if you had them standing up, that area would not suffice. Aid workers have been killed. Some 500 aid workers have been killed. 500 people have died because of starvation. Starvation in this day and age. Starving children. And we've seen it unfolding. We've seen people brutalized, massacred for over 2 years. And the international community kept watching. Some of it was silenced because they wanted to. Some of it was silenced by the more powerful. And some have spoken about it. They had the courage to speak about it. We had over 270 journalists killed. No international journalists were allowed in Gaza. And this is against the law. None. And this was part of the measure on silencing the truth. Because the occupied state didn't want the story to come out. But the stories were coming out. We had our own journalists. But of course, international journalists are seen as more credible. But you've seen the pictures, you've seen the photos of the brutal killing, you've seen the photos of starving children, the emaciated bodies. You cannot say, I didn't know. This aggression, I believe, was one of the most publicized aggressions in modern history. And it will go in books of history as such. But why did we reach that stage? We reached that stage because of the impunity with which an aggressor was granted. Had international law been applied much earlier, that aggressor could not do whatever it was doing in Gaza or the West Bank or East Jerusalem, because all of it is one integral entity. They cannot be divorced. And nothing justifies what happened in Gaza. Absolutely nothing. This should ring a very alarming bell. Because if Israel could get away with it, anyone can get away with it. If you can get away with impunity, why would you change course? And if we want you to change course, we need to have measures that will deter you from doing whatever you are doing. And if this continues, I can assure you that whatever your countries have worked for after World War II on developing this rule-based world order would crumble. Because Israel is doing it, others are doing it, and so tomorrow the powerful will do it also. And why not? So why am I bringing international law in an academic setup? It's important because you teach, some of you, the professors here, and the students learn how to think about the law. Think about the law. And that law must not be taught as a doctrine. It must be taught as a law-binding issue, not just on paper. And it should be used with friends and adversaries. The same. The same law applies. The same law applies to any state, any nation, any color, any ethnicity, any religion. And we need to train our lawyers and diplomats, journalists and all, to hold line and go by international law when it's uncomfortable. Not only when it's okay, but when the situation is uncomfortable. That's when it is most needed. When we live with atrocities that we see unfolding in front of us, there's no way we can say we didn't know. Today we all know. We have all seen it. And the question is, today, what will we do with what we know? How do we take this further? How do we hold people accountable? Because today the game is that of accountabilities and responsibilities. And people and nations and states should be held to account. We should not accept ever that any religion, any nation, any ethnicity has a right to violate international law. And only 2-3 days ago, a post by one of the settler ministers in the Israeli government, Bezalel Smotrich, said very clearly, international law does not apply to Jews. International law applies to everyone else, but not the chosen people. This is a leader, this is somebody in government that is saying to the world that, you can trash your international law because I'm entitled to do whatever I need to do. And that same government, with the same kinds of people, are telling the world that we can infringe on the sovereignty and the independence of any neighboring country because we think we should and we know we can. So I want you to just think about that. If Smotrich can say it, why not somebody else somewhere else pretty soon? So the issue is not just about Palestine. It's about whether international law still means anything and whether international law can become the framework by which we can look at Palestine, Israel, or other places in the world. And in this regard, I want to conclude with President Trump's plan for Gaza. We believe that plan is just an initial step, a prelude to something that needs to be much, much bigger. Because that is one step. The ceasefire is just one step. That plan needs to be tied with international law. Because if it is not tied with international law, it is just a drop in a bucket that is divorced from the reality of the conflict. And the conflict is that of occupation. So we need to tie it with international law. We need to make sure that the occupied territories are not looked upon as separate entities. The occupied territory is one integrated piece of land, including Gaza, the West Bank, and occupied East Jerusalem. And this effort must be aligned with the implementation of international law, the terms of reference for peace, and the recent New York Declaration. The New York Declaration has been signed by over 2/3 of the world countries, have been endorsed by all the countries that have recognized the state of Palestine, and that should be the entry point. So the Trump plan should be part and parcel of that New York Declaration that delineates very carefully the points by which we should dismantle this occupation and materialize the state of Palestine. So my invitation is very simple. Let us hold this case to the same rules we demand elsewhere. Palestine deserves to be looked upon just like we look at any other country anywhere on this planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. You asked some very pertinent questions, and you gave a very fine overview on the sort of background from an international law perspective. If you don't mind, I do want to ask first one question, sort of taking us back a little bit before we talk about the here and now. And it has to do with your background, because you're somewhat unusual in the sense that you are the first female foreign minister in Palestine, and you are of Armenian origin,
Yes.
and you are a Christian.
Yes.
So I'm just curious if you allow me to ground us in this conversation in yourself and your background and the society that you come from, and then we can sort of try and link that into.
That's a very good opening question, and I'm asked that wherever I go. But that's the beauty of Palestine. To me, it's very natural. This is what Palestine and Palestinians are all about. I mean, in Palestine, I know from my great-grandparents, from my grandparents, we have Muslims, Christians, Jews, people of various ethnicities, Armenians, Greeks, all living and coexisting together. And we had that beautiful mosaic and coexistence 100 years ago. This can come back. But this was severed in 1947-48. And I keep asking, wherever I go, where do you see a woman, a Christian woman in a predominantly Muslim environment, Minister of Foreign Affairs? You rarely see that. But I want to stress again that this is the beauty of Palestine. This is the Palestine we want for the future. And this is the Palestine we are working to achieve. And in that regard, we would like the support of the whole world, because that's exactly the vision that we have for Palestine. And ethnic groups enjoy the same freedom anybody enjoys in Palestine, be it Armenians, be it Greeks, Copts, you name it. And we are contributors. We are in various fields. You see us in politics, in engineering, in medicine, you name it. And we have never, ever felt different.
Is there and I asked that question for a reason, because I think often the images of suffering are so overwhelming that they take us away from the reality that is in part and could be. Mm-hmm. So trying to get away, we can never get away from the images and the suffering. But how do we sort of bridge that gap in the eyes of the world? Because I think that's sort of part of the issue, is that you're defined by your suffering, mm-hmm. in a way.
Yes, we have been victims, but we cannot continue showing ourselves as victims. We are people who have aspirations. We are people who have dignity. We are people who have the resolve to end the suffering and just unleash our potential. And as such, we want to present ourselves. Yes, I am in a lot of pain. Yes, my people are suffering. But I cannot sit and lament the whole time. I need to work. I need to move on. We need, as a people, to show the world that we deserve to free ourselves. And you can imagine, if we as Palestinians have endured this suffering for 70 years under the most brutal conditions, the question is, what can we do if our potential is unleashed? And this is what we need to get to. We need to unleash that potential. We need a space to breathe so that we can show the world what we can do. We have done a lot in neighboring countries, and you can imagine what we will be able to do for our own. But we need to get rid of this occupation. We cannot flourish and thrive under occupation. But despite all that, we are committed to do our best, but not only as victims.
I need to address sort of another question that for some is also defining, which is obviously the reality created by Hamas. So I wanted to ask you, because obviously you come from, I mean, there was basically a split. And Hamas is the ugly side of whatever, for most that is sort of the unacceptable side of the equation. What is the current state of conversations, if there is any, between the PA in Ramallah and Hamas, mostly in Gaza, and sort of how did we get to this place? From, I guess any movement has conflicts within itself at some point. But if you go back 40 years, the Palestinians, in that sense, were politically united. How did we get to this here and now in this sense? And how do we deal with the issue that is Hamas?
We got to this situation because of the inaction and the inapplicability of international law. When we went into a peace agreement with Israel in the mid-1990s, it was very clear that we are going into an agreement in which we have conceded 78% of historic Palestine. We have recognized Israel on 78% and said that we want to build our state on the 22%. The Palestinian Authority was established, and we had a leeway of 5 years to air out all final status issues. What happened in those 5 years? The number of settlements tripled, the number of settlers quadrupled, we had the apartheid wall, we had more violations, etc., etc. The Palestinian Authority was undermined in every form and shape. And the Palestinian Authority said very clearly, we espouse nonviolence, no more violence. We will go into our liberation through international law and through agreements signed. So when our kids are looking at us and saying, you have signed these agreements, and what have you brought us after signing those agreements? You have entrenched the occupation and emboldened it, and our lives today are much more difficult than we had 40 years ago. So some said, if nonviolence has not brought anything, maybe violence would. And if you were living in Gaza and under siege for almost 2 decades, not being able to go out, having so many restrictions on your mobility, then you would think maybe violence will do something about it. So they started this violent attack. Today, Hamas is saying very clearly, I don't want anything to do with the governance of Gaza in the day after, and I'm ready to put down my weapons, hand the weapons to others. And the Palestinian Authority is saying it very clearly. If Hamas, as part and parcel of the Palestinian society, I mean, Hamas is not a building that you can bring down. Hamas is an ideology. But that ideology, if it wants to be part of the Palestinian political spectrum, it needs to subscribe to the mandate of the PLO. And the mandate of the PLO is very clear. 2 states. living side by side in peace and security, State of Israel on 78%, State of Palestine on the 22%, living in good, friendly, neighborly relations. Hamas would need to be a political party, not a military faction, and it needs to respect the agreement signed by the PLO and needs to accept the vision of the PLO of the future Palestine. If they would subscribe to that, then they are welcomed to be part of the PLO and be in the middle, in the opposition, just like any other political party elsewhere. You have parties on the left and you have parties on the right and in the middle. But no militarization, no weaponization. It would be one state, one government, one constitution, one law, and one weapon.
You referred to the Trump peace plan earlier. So my question to you is, because that is a plan that is put forward and the deal announced a couple of days ago is for a ceasefire negotiated between, I guess, Hamas and Israel. What is your role currently? Are you in touch with the powers that are behind this peace plan? Do you have a role? And if not, is it your intention to find that role, and how would you do that?
Yes, because it's only natural that a plan that speaks about me should include me. It's only natural. So what we are trying to do right now through the intermediaries, those countries that have been mediating this whole thing, and we thank all of them, because first and foremost, we wanted to end this aggression, because every day that passed meant a loss of more Palestinian civilians, loss of more lives. So the utmost priority was ending the aggression. Now that there's a ceasefire, we need to ensure that this ceasefire becomes a sustainable ceasefire. It's not just for 20 days, 30 days. It is sustainable so that we can embark on something that is bigger, which means starting the rehabilitation process and then the reconstruction of Gaza. You can imagine what rehabilitation and immediate needs would be in a place that is completely devastated. 85% of that infrastructure is not there. You're talking about healthcare, education, culture, water, electricity, streets, you name it. I mean, if you look at Gaza, I don't think any time or anywhere in modern history there is a place so small that has been affected by such destruction. So the enormity of the needs are just unimaginable. And for us Palestinians, it's only natural that it would be the Palestinian Authority, the PLO, that would be engaged, because the only entity that has a mandate, a legal and administrative mandate on the occupied state of Palestine is the PLO. Not any country, but the PLO. So it's a natural evolution that the PLO would be in. Now, the plan in itself does not mention the PLO. Our responsibility today is to find how we will be part of that. Because even if you bring the best of people to govern in Gaza, how will they govern? They need to look at the laws that are implemented on the West Bank, because we're talking about the occupied state of Palestine. And Gaza is part and parcel of the West Bank. If you talk about the population registry, they would come back to the West Bank. So if you talk about the monetary issues, they would come back to the West Bank. So you need to inject that element from the very beginning.
Final question, I think, for me before I take some questions. We take some questions from the audience. I know, because I heard you yesterday clearly, and you want to. I mean, we're on day 2 after a ceasefire deal was announced. So we need to keep our hope, I guess. But there is also this lingering question: is it too late? And I'm referring to the two-state solution, because dealing with settlements will be extremely hard.
and it will require will, which may not necessarily be there. So, although I do want my final question to be a question that brings us to hope, the question still has to be, is it too late?
No, it's never too late. It's late on taking action. It's not too late on solving the problem. And the two-state solution is the only viable solution. Because there are other solutions, there are other scenarios. We can continue with the status quo. We will not accept it as Palestinians. We can continue with an apartheid regime. We will fight that apartheid regime. We can go into a one state for all of its citizens. Why not? But if Israel does not accept two states, will it accept a one state whereby Palestinians maybe in 20, 30 years will be the majority? Today we have 7.1 million Palestinians from the river to the sea, and we have 7 million Israelis. And we are a very productive society. So, Israel will not accept that. The only viable solution is the two-state solution. You've spoken on the settlements. In 1948, 750,000 Palestinians were made refugees, forced to leave from what became Israel proper. Today, we have 750,000 illegal settlers in occupied land. It's much easier to remove illegal settlers than remove the indigenous people of the place. These settlers were incentivized to live in occupied land. They can incentivize them to move back. And most settlers are not living in occupied land because of ideology, maybe a third of them, because of the biblical narrative. But the rest are there for economic reasons, because they can enjoy very nice villas that cost $1 million in Tel Aviv for $150,000 in the West Bank. So when there's a will, there's a way. We need a political will that would say enough is enough. 78% is Israel proper, 22% is the state of Palestine, and that's how we need to move.
Thank you very much. I think I will then ask for some questions from the audience. Gerðu svo vel, viltu, já.
Thank you so much for for everything that you're doing. Thank you so much for telling us what's going on and how you plan to continue. A little bit related to the last question that we just had now. Many Palestinians are not pro the two-state solution, and as we have heard for the last 7 decades, and especially in the last 2 years, the horror on the Gaza Strip has been unimaginable. How will you sell the idea of the two-state solution to the people that have lost everything, to the Israelis? How do you, not talk them into, but how can you put forward this idea for those people to live alongside with the people that just took everything away from them? How do we continue from that? And I would like to, is it too late? Because I think for many it is, but I want to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you again so much.
By creating a future for these people. Today they see only darkness. They see the smell of death everywhere. They see loss, pain, and suffering. But we need to tell them that there is a future and there are better days. And this better day will only come if the whole world unites in support of that better day, by creating a place for them to live. Today, people are going to wake up and look around and take time to think freely without the bombardment. And it will hit them when they see that there's nothing in Gaza. There's no home to go back to. There's no water to drink. There's still no food to eat. even if 500 trucks are entering every day. Before there were maybe 6 trucks, 100 trucks. Today, even if you enter 1,000 trucks, it's still not enough. So there's urgency for the world to unite and create that better future. Create it with people in their land, not by displacing them again.
We only have time for one quick question. How many? Yeah, there's a hand up there. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm from Armenia, and we have this long conflict with Azerbaijan. And you, as an Armenian, serving the Palestinian government, I would like to know whether do you see any parallels between Armenians and Palestinians struggles for international recognition and justice, and also do you think that cooperation between such nations can help strengthen the voice of small states in international institutions? Thank you so much.
Yes, as an Armenian Palestinian myself, I know we have a lot that we share in our history, and we can learn from each other. And we can learn from Palestinian experience in terms of forging peace with a neighbor, because I know today Armenia is talking peace with Azerbaijan. And as a person that looks for a future of peace, not war, I can tell you that making war is very simple, very easy. You can make it, but making peace is very difficult, and we know that from history. But we need to together, Armenia, Palestine, wherever we are, think of peace, because that's the only way you can ensure that there's a better world for your children and your grandchildren.
One more question from our previous foreign minister.
Ah, okay.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive introduction to the situation in Palestine. I just been thinking, if let's say that these plans go ahead and we can see a sustainable peace in Palestine, what about accountability? You talked about impunity and accountability. How do we hold Israel to account for the genocide and for the atrocities that has been happening there? How can that be a part of that plan? Is it possible?
Yes, it's possible, because forging peace does not negate the fact that there were war crimes that were committed and there were people responsible for those crimes. And the course in the ICC, the ICJ, the international platforms must continue, because these people need to pay for what they have done. It doesn't just be wiped, because it won't disappear. No.
Madam Minister, thank you so much for your words here today, and thank the audience for being a good audience, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. My name is Elín Margrét Böðvarsdóttir. I'm a broadcast journalist at Sýn News here in Iceland, and I have the honor to introduce our next speaker. He is a Russian opposition politician, author, historian, former political prisoner, Pulitzer Prize winner for his writing from within prison in Siberia, and I could go on. But without further ado, Vladimir Kara-Murza, the floor is yours, and then we'll be joined by more panelists for a discussion after.
Thank you so much for the very kind welcome, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you here this afternoon. It's wonderful to be back in Reykjavik. Iceland may be a small country, but as far as our part of the world is concerned, you have always played an outsized role in international affairs. It was, of course, here in Reykjavik that the historic summit between Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev took place in 1986. And President Reagan's condition for attending this summit was that the Soviet government release one of its most prominent political prisoners, a man by the name of Yuri Orlov, an eminent physicist, human rights advocate, founding chairman of the Moscow-Helsinki Group, who was imprisoned in the Soviet Gulag for many years. And Reagan said he would not come here to meet Gorbachev unless the Soviets released Orlov, and they did in October 1986. And Orlov was the last Soviet or Russian political prisoner who was released in an internationally negotiated prisoner exchange before our exchange in August of last year. So it took 36 years between them. In 1991, of course, Iceland became the first country in the world to officially recognize the independence of Lithuania, while it was still forcibly incorporated into the Soviet Union. A bold and courageous move of the kind that we rarely see even from the most powerful countries in the world. And of course, much more recently, in 2023, Iceland became the first and so far the only NATO country to officially suspend its embassy operations in Moscow until further notice in protest at Vladimir Putin's continuing aggression in Ukraine. So it has special meaning for me to be able to speak to you here in Iceland about Russia. This year, of course, marks the 25th anniversary of Vladimir Putin coming to power. A quarter century of one-man rule that has transformed Russia from a flawed, imperfect, but nevertheless a democracy that we had back in the 1990s to this ruthless, totalitarian regime that murders its political opponents, that imprisons thousands of its own citizens simply for speaking the truth, and that, of course, is currently waging the largest military conflict on European soil since the Second World War. Now, of course, this transformation did not come overnight. Benito Mussolini once remarked that he had consolidated his fascist regime in Italy in the early 1920s in a manner of, and I quote, plucking the chicken feather by feather to lessen the squawking, end of quote. Meaning, don't try to do it all at once. Do it carefully, do it gradually, do it step by step, but with the end result never in doubt. And this, Vladimir Putin was a very good student. His drive to transform Russia from an imperfect democracy to a perfect autocracy was fairly prolonged, was very careful, very gradual, but was very determined, very consistent. And it was that process that brought us where we are today. The first feather he plucked, as with many other dictatorships, were, of course, independent media. In one of his first interviews as acting president of Russia in early 2000, Putin said a phrase that sort of, got many people to ask, well, why did he even say that? The phrase was, those who will offend us will not survive 3 days. Кто нас обидит, 3 дней не проживет. It turned out he meant that almost literally, because on day 4, after his inauguration as president of Russia in May of 2000, Putin sent armed operatives from the FSB, the Prosecutor General Service, and the tax police to raid the offices of Media Most, at that time Russia's largest private media holding. It was also the parent company of NTV, the most watched, the most popular independent television channel in Russia that was known for its fiercely independent news coverage and editorial policy, for its sharp and professional analysis, perhaps most damagingly, for an aspiring dictator, it was known for its hard-hitting political satire. It never shied away from criticizing not only the government in general, but the president personally. But of course, Vladimir Putin was a very different man from what Boris Yeltsin was. in the midst of the presidential campaign in 2000, this was the end of January, NTV aired an episode of its flagship satirical program called Kukli, Puppets, where you would have political leaders depicted essentially in a puppet show, usually based on some sort of a work of literature. And that particular episode was based on a 19th century German novel by Ernst Hoffmann called Little Zacchaeus. And the gist of the novel was that there was an ugly, mean dwarf who suddenly, because of a spell by a magic fairy, became admired and worshipped by everybody around, began to be seen as handsome and intelligent and talented. But in actual fact, he was a mean, ugly dwarf. And of course, at the end of the novel was what things come back to what they are in reality. You can guess who portrayed the mean, ugly dwarf in that episode. Putin was absolutely furious. And that same day, the same evening that episode aired, he reportedly told his wife that Gosinski is finished. Gosinski referring to the owner, the majority shareholder of NTV and Media Most. In that same summer, in 2000, Gosinski was arrested, placed in a notorious Butyrka prison, then forced to leave the country. Within a year, after a series of orchestrated court rulings and a rigged shareholder meeting, NTV was forcibly taken over by the state. It was an early dawn raid in its studios on the 8th floor of the Ostankino Television Center when the station was taken over and subjugated to Gazprom, the state-owned energy corporation. Within the first 3 years of Putin's rule, he had succeeded in silencing every single independent voice on Russian television. The last nationwide independent TV channel that was switched off the air was TVS, and it was switched off in June of 2003. That year, 2003, was in many ways a turning point on Russia's road to autocracy. Three major things happened. Three feathers were plucked, to use Mussolini's metaphor again, in that year. The first, as I mentioned, in June 2003, the closure of the last independent television channel. The second came in October of 2003, when Putin ordered the arrest of his main rival in the Russian business community, a man by the name of Mikhail Khodorkovsky, who was an oil tycoon, founder and CEO of Russia's most successful private oil company. He was the richest man in Russia. One of the circle of oligarchs, of course, a term that was very frequently used at the time. But he wasn't just an oligarch, he was also a philanthropist. Somebody who spent a lot of his personal money to support civil society projects, independent media organizations, educational projects, most damagingly for the Kremlin, opposition parties and candidates in elections. And that was not a behavior that Putin was prepared to tolerate. In February 2003, during a televised meeting in the Kremlin, Khodorkovsky publicly accused Putin's government of corruption. It was only a question of time before the Kremlin would respond, and in one early morning in October of 2003, as Khodorkovsky's plane landed for refueling at Novosibirsk airport, it was raided by an FSB special ops team. It was put on another plane, flown back to Moscow, brought into a courtroom, and paraded on Russian state television, sitting literally in a metal cage. The richest man in Russia, sitting in a cage. This was not only about silencing Khodorkovsky himself, who would spend more than a decade in Putin's prisons. This was also about sending a message to the rest of Russia's business community. If you behave like this, you will end up like him. And that was a message that was certainly heeded, and needless to say, neither independent political activity nor civil society can function without independent sources of funding and support, sources that would not be controlled by the state, and that was the end of that in Russia in 2003. And then the final feather came in December of 2003, when Russia held a parliamentary election that was famously, or perhaps infamously, described by the head of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe Observation Mission, David Atkinson, as, I quote, free, but certainly not fair, end of quote. It was free in a sense that opposition candidates could still be on the ballot. I was a parliamentary candidate in the Chertanovsky district in the south of Moscow in that election, and saw it all with my own eyes. We could still be on the ballot as opposition candidates. That is something that is impossible and unthinkable in Russia today. So in that sense, it was still free. But it was certainly not fair in the sense that the results were pre-programmed by the full might of the Russian state, the total state dominance of the media, the administrative coercion, and so on. And the outcome of that election, the practical outcome, was that the Russian parliament was rid of any meaningful opposition to Putin's regime. Both pro-democracy parties, the Union of Right Forces led by Boris Nemtsov, that was my party, and Yabloko, led by Grigory Yavlinsky, another liberal party, were kicked out of the Russian parliament. And from then on, the Russian parliament has effectively been a rubber stamp, automatically approving any decision taken down by Putin. That same month, December 2003, Boris Gryzlov, who was a party colleague of Putin's from United Russia, was opening the session of the new parliament. He became its speaker. And in his opening address, he uttered words that I think will go down as a metaphor and as an epitaph for the Putin regime in future history textbooks. He said that Parliament is not a place for discussion. That is a direct quote. And that is certainly the reality that we have been living in Russia ever since then. These past 2 decades plus have been a time of a constant tightening of the screws, a full spiel ahead, first to authoritarian and then to totalitarian rule, which we have today. And our final red line, in my view, was crossed on the night of the 27th of February 2015, when Boris Nemtsov, former Russian deputy prime minister and the most prominent, the most visible, the most effective leader of the democratic opposition in Russia, was assassinated, literally directly in front of the Kremlin, in what was the most high-profile political assassination in Russia in decades. Everybody except the lowest level perpetrators, everybody higher up the chain of command, was immediately shielded and protected from the highest levels of the Russian state. A report by the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, published in 2020, contained witness testimony pointing to exactly where, when, and how Vladimir Putin and head of his security service, Viktor Zolotov, gave the order for the assassination of Boris Nemtsov to Ramzan Kadyrov, Putin's henchman in Chechnya. If you can assassinate the main opposition leader in the middle of your capital city and completely get away with it, you can do absolutely anything. Of course, as you all know, last year, another prominent opposition leader, an anti-corruption campaigner, Alexei Navalny, was murdered, poisoned in an Arctic prison, in an Arctic penal colony. And just a few weeks ago, 2 Western laboratories, independently of each other, confirmed what we all knew anyway, but confirmed the fact that Navalny had died as a result of deliberate poisoning that was administered to him while he was a prisoner in Russia. I think it's important to remember that when we're talking about Vladimir Putin, we're not only talking about a dictator, we're not only talking about a usurper, he is all of those things, but we're also talking about a murderer in a direct and most literal sense of this term. For 25 years now, this man has been killing, both inside and outside of our borders, and those two things go together. When it comes to Russia, internal repression and external aggression are always two sides of the same coin. A government that disrespects the rights and freedoms of its own people will not respect the borders of its neighbors or the norms of international law. And testimony to that has been a myriad of wars conducted and war crimes committed by Putin outside of Russian borders, in Georgia, in Syria, in Ukraine, the first time with the annexation of Crimea and the incursion into the Donbass in 2014, with Ukraine the second time since February 2002, with the largest military conflict waged in Europe since the end of the Second World War. Dictators very often like to commit their crimes in the names of their entire nation. When I was in prison, I had a little radio on the wall of my cell that would be switched on at 5 o'clock in the morning with a wake-up call and then only turned off at 9 p.m. with the lights out. I had no control over it. It was just blasting there the whole day. And you can imagine the kinds of things, I would hear in it, this usual propaganda drumbeat. And one of the central messages of the Kremlin propaganda is that everybody in Russia supports what is happening. Everybody in Russia supports Putin. Everybody in Russia supports the war. That there's universal public support for what is going on. In the year and a bit that I've been out of prison, since August of last year, I've been frankly shocked, I'll be honest, about the fact that so many Western commentators, analysts, policymakers, journalists, and so on, accept this propaganda narrative at face value and repeat it in their own conversations. I've always believed that actions speak louder than words. And whatever the Kremlin claims about universal public support, the ever-spiraling repression in our country that has reached unprecedented levels in the post-Soviet period, in fact, even in the Soviet period after the death of Joseph Stalin, tells a very different story. According to publicly available and self-admittedly incomplete figures from human rights groups, today's Russia counts more than 1,700 political prisoners. This is more than the whole of the Soviet Union, so that's 15 present-day countries put together, had back in the 1980s, in the mid-1980s. According to a recent United Nations report, every month there are around 60 new politically motivated criminal cases opened against Russian citizens. The number grows literally every day, literally every week. And of course, the fastest growing category on the Russian political prisoner list are those of our fellow citizens who have publicly protested against the war in Ukraine. In the first days of the full-scale invasion back in February and March 2022, Putin rushed through a series of amendments to the criminal code, making it a prison-punishable criminal offense, not just to speak out against the war in Ukraine, but even just to present facts about it, even to call it a war. I think, even George Orwell could not have known just how accurately his dystopian reality from the novel 1984 would be reconstructed by Vladimir Putin's Russia. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. The slogan on the facade of Orwell's Ministry of Truth. This is literally the reality that exists in Russia today, when even the smallest acts, not only of protest, but of simply telling the truth, lead to unthinkable prison sentences. I'm thinking today of Alexei Gorinov, a Moscow municipal councillor, who came to his district council meeting in the first days of the invasion and called for a moment of silence in memory of Ukrainian children who are being killed by Russian bombs. He got 7 years in prison for that. As I speak here, he's sitting in a punishment cell in a penal colony in eastern Siberia, in his 60s, missing part of his lung, recently diagnosed with tuberculosis. We do not know how much time he has left. His only crime was to call for a minute of silence for Ukrainian kids who were killed by the Russian army. I'm thinking of Maria Ponomarenko, a journalist from eastern Siberia, a mother of 2 girls with whom she's not allowed to speak on the phone even from prison. Her crime was to post on social media about the war crimes committed by the Russian army, especially with the bombing of the theater in Mariupol in the first days of the invasion. She got 6 years in prison for that. She's being held in isolation cells. She's being mentally and psychologically tortured every single day, not allowed to speak to her kids. She's made several suicide attempts. We do not know how much time she has left. I'm thinking now in these last few days of my friend and colleague, Maxim Kruglov, deputy leader of Yabloko, Russia's last remaining opposition party, who would come to all of my trials, he was a member of the Moscow City Council until last year, who would bombard the authorities in Siberia, in Omsk, where I was in prison, every time the prison authorities tried to make my conditions even more unbearable, extending time in a punishment cell, forbidding me to make a phone call to my children. Every time something like this happened, he would come and help me. Now he's a political prisoner himself, arrested last week on the 2nd of October and charged with the same article that we're all being charged for, disseminating knowingly false information about the Russian armed forces. In the Orwellian speak of Putin's Russia, this means telling the truth about the war in Ukraine. Maxim's crimes were posting about the massacre of civilians in the Ukrainian towns of Bucha and Mariupol in the first days of the Russian invasion. There are so many cases that if I were to talk about all of them, we would be here for the next 3 days. But this is the reality of Putin's Russia, where speaking the truth lands you in prison for longer than murder, rape, or drug dealing. In fact, all of those people are released and sent to fight in the war in Ukraine. And more Russian prisons are filled by people who have the conscience to tell right from wrong and who have the courage to say it out loud. I'm often asked during this past year I've been out of prison, beyond the Putin propaganda, what do Russian citizens really think about the war in Ukraine? Now, of course, it is objectively impossible to talk about public opinion in a state that imprisons you for expressing your opinion. But I think it should be fairly obvious that a regime that really did have the public support it claims to have would not need to keep its society in a state of constant fear and to imprison anybody for voicing even the smallest dissent against what is going on. Every time, or many times, most times, when I speak in a Western audience, I invariably get a question. Well, what you say is all good and everything, but why do opinion polls continue to show high public support in Russia for the war in Ukraine. Yes, thank you to whoever laughed, because I myself also don't know how to react to questions like this. I don't know if a person is asking this seriously or if that's an elaborate joke. Because how can you talk about opinion polls in a totalitarian dictatorship where people know that they will spend the next 7 years in prison if they say what they actually think? All I need to do is just name one example. A few months ago, there was a man in Moscow by the name of Yuri Kakhavets who received 5 years in prison for responding to an opinion poll question saying that he's against the war in Ukraine. He didn't stand with a placard, he didn't demonstrate, he didn't say anything. He was just walking down the street, and there was a person from an opinion polling agency with a camera here. And they asked him what he thought of the war. He told them what he thought of it. They identified him by video recognition. They tracked him down, arrested him, brought him to court, and they gave him 5 years in prison, simply for responding to an opinion poll. Please give that example next time somebody asks you why opinion polls show such high support in Russia for the war in Ukraine. But even though we don't have any objective measurements of public opinion, we do get, from time to time, what I would call glimpses into reality, glimpses into how a lot of people in Russia actually feel about what's going on. And one such glimpse, a very vivid one, came last year in the winter of 2024, amid the staged circus of our so-called presidential election, when it was Putin and a couple of pre-approved clowns running alongside him on the ballot. And of course, a total unanimity projected by state propaganda in support of the war, or the so-called special military operation, as you're supposed to call it in Russia. And then suddenly, in the middle of that fake unanimity, one guy, a lawyer, a former member of the Russian parliament named Boris Nadezhdin, stepped forward and said that he was going to run for president of Russia as the anti-war candidate. And the public response was incredible. Suddenly, in a matter of days, there were hours-long lines of people that formed at his campaign offices all around the country, large cities and small towns. People who waited to sign the nominating petitions to get him on the ballot. So you need to get a certain number of signatures by Russian law to become a candidate in the election. That month, most of the letters I was receiving in prison were about those long lines and how important it was for people to finally see that they're not alone. Because one of the purposes of this constant propaganda drumbeat coming from Putin's Kremlin is not just, to make the outside world believe that everybody in Russia supports the war, but also to make those Russians who think like I do, who are against the war, to feel that they're totally isolated, that they're just a marginal, non-existent minority. There's nobody else like them. And suddenly people saw these lines waiting for 2, 3, 4 hours to sign, the ballot petitions for an anti-war candidate. I never forget a letter one young woman wrote to me from the town of Novorossiysk on the Black Sea coast in the south of Russia. She was describing how she waited for several hours in that long line of like-minded, mostly young people, to sign Nadezhdin's ballot petition, and then she ended the letter by saying, "I never realized how many of us there are." And this was what was important. Of course, he was not allowed on the ballot, almost needless to say. Opposition candidates in Putin's Russia never are. But that was almost besides the point, because suddenly everyone saw through that lie that's been carefully constructed by the Putin propaganda machine. The lie that everybody in Russia supports the war and everybody in Russia supports the regime because, they can fake election results, which they do. They can fake opinion poll numbers, which they do. But there was nothing they could do to hide the sight of hundreds of thousands of people who literally voted with their feet for the only anti-war candidate, who seized at the first opportunity they had to say what they really thought about this war. Now, this is my Russia. This is the Russia I love. This is the Russia I call home. Not the Russia of the murderers and the war criminals who are sitting in the Kremlin, but the Russia of decent and courageous people who oppose them. Not the archaic, belligerent, repressive Russia of today, but a hopeful, peaceful, democratic Russia of tomorrow. A Russia that will finally be able to help us realize that goal of a Europe whole, free, and at peace that we all want to see. Because I'm fundamentally convinced that the only true guarantee of long-term peace and security in Europe is a democratic Russia. I believe in this vision with all my heart. I know that many of you do too. Let us work together to make it a reality. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Wow. I think all of us need a moment just to take this in, and I would like to welcome our other three panelists who are going to join us for this discussion. We have Rósa Magnúsdóttir, history professor at the University of Iceland, Skúli Bragi Geirdal, project manager at the Icelandic Media Commission, and Þórhildur Sunna Ævarsdóttir, former member of the Icelandic Parliament, human rights lawyer, and executive director of Courage International. What a panel! I think, wow. Yeah, I still feel like I need a moment, sort of, to adjust. But perhaps to start with, Vladimir, if it's okay, I call you that. Absolutely. We go by first names usually in Iceland.
Well, the prison guards always called me by my patronymic, Vladimir Vladimirovich. So I react nervously to that now. Please just call me by my first name.
I'll definitely don't do that. But I actually wanted to touch up on that because you were part of the biggest prisoner exchange swap last year since the Cold War, basically, between East and West. What would you think the fact that you are a free man, so to speak, today compared to where you were only last year?
Well, first of all, let's pause on that exchange. For many times in the media all over the world, our exchange has been described as historic. That's a word that's been used, all over the place. And it was historic in many ways, right? This was, as you said, the largest East-West prisoner exchange since the time of the Cold War. This was also a complex international operation negotiated and coordinated among 8 different countries, and so on. But what made it really historic, in my mind, was the fact that for the first time in nearly 4 decades, in negotiating such a prisoner exchange, Western countries demanded the release of not only of their own citizens who were sitting in Putin's prisons, but also of Russian political prisoners. The last time, as I mentioned, this happened in October 1986, when Reagan made it a condition before coming here to Reykjavik for the summit with Gorbachev, and Orlov was released in a negotiated exchange for some KGB agents who were sitting in prison in New York. There was a swap in Kennedy Airport in New York City. There hasn't been one like this since then, not from 1986 until 2024. And to me, this was an incredibly powerful message that Western countries sent by putting forward this demand. It was, first of all, of course, a very powerful message of solidarity and support to all those Russian citizens who opposed Putin and his regime. But it was also a very clear statement for all to hear and for all to see that the free world knows who the real criminals are here. The free world knows that the real criminals are those people in the Kremlin who are waging this war against Ukraine, not those of us who are in prisons because we had opposed it. And sometimes it is really important for the international community to publicly and openly state that 2 + 2 = 4. And this is what Western countries, primarily the United States and Germany, but also other countries involved with Norway, Poland, Slovenia. It was a very complex international operation. And they made a point of demanding not only the release of their own, but also of us. Out of the 16 people who are on the Russian side of the exchange last year, 8 were Western citizens, Germans and Americans. And 8, including me, were Russian political prisoners. And to me, this was the most powerful statement that the free world could have said, and this needs to continue. We cannot wait another 38 years for the next exchange, because, as I mentioned in my remarks, for so many people, so many innocent people who are currently held in Putin's prisons for the quote-unquote crime of speaking their mind, it is not just a question of unlawful and politically motivated imprisonment, it is actually a question of life or death. And the free world needs to act to save them, and it needs to act now.
Yeah. So I know this is a topic, the cause of political prisoners and their freedom is something you hold dearly. Maybe just a couple of reflections of what it is that we need to do more of, and where there's opportunity to fight for those you rightfully pointed out are still living with poor conditions in those prisons as political prisoners.
Yes, so my background here is that Vladimir and I worked on a report on political prisoners in Russia back when he was a free man. In fact, I was one of the last people in in Paris to see him before he went back to Russia and got imprisoned the night before. Yes, that's also the first time I met his lovely wife, Yevgenia, where we worked on a really important report, sort of classifying and declaring political prisoners in Russia, and this hadn't been done before. And we used the definition that the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe has for political prisoners to establish very many, way too many, over 1,000 political prisoners in Russia back at the time. Now, after Vladimir got detained, we did manage to pass this resolution about political prisoners in Russia. But obviously, with his detention and with the extreme repression against anyone who protested the war in Russia and in Belarus, there was a need to create another report, which actually was given Vladimir's name as well in its title, on the arbitrary detention of Vladimir Kara-Murza and other anti-war protesters in Russia and Belarus. And there, in terms of what needs to be done, we called on member states to facilitate the free flow of information to Russia and to Belarus, and to give shelter and safe haven to independent journalists, media workers, and others that are leaving Russia. Now, if you ask me what to do less of, is to send people from Russia away from Iceland, like we just did, send the parents and their 2-week-old twins and 2-year-old boy to Croatia, where they're likely to be sent back to Russia because they have been detained for their stance against the Russian government. Now, I don't think this is a very good example of Icelandic solidarity with people that oppose the regime in the Kremlin. And this is something that we should really reconsider doing. Because receiving Russians that want a democratic Russia, giving them safe haven, giving them the opportunity to work for a free Russia in a safe place, is the best way we build up a democratic Russia in the future.
Rosa, you've extensively researched Russia before Putin as well. What are some of the parallels, given history and then what we're seeing now and everything that you explained in your speech earlier?
Yeah, I think Vladimir explained it, I guess, really well. I mean, he's also a historian, so. But we see the parallels with maybe, like you said, mostly the Stalin period, with a centralized authority. We have no institutional balances, like you called the parliament, like this, stamping institution. There's economic sanctions. We have militarization of society, and the repression, which we heard about in Putin's Russia today. It sounds remarkably similar and almost the same as during the Stalin era, where the Soviet criminal code had the Article 5810, where it was, they had a clause on anti-Soviet behavior, which pretty much just included everything that was deemed harmful to the authorities, and increased the focus on foreign agents in contemporary Russia. All sounds very similar to especially the Stalin period. So people have been talking about Putin's Russia in kind of like a late authoritarian sense, but I am quite convinced, like I think you are, that we are in a full-blown totalitarian situation, which makes the parallel to the Stalin era quite the most sort of relevant.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course. Quick point in answer to the professor, but just about just how striking and how direct these parallels are. A few months before my arrest, late 2021, I went to the State Archive of the Russian Federation in Moscow to read the criminal case file of my grandfather, who was arrested in 1937 under Article 58/10 that you referenced, anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda, was sent to the Gulag. Now, by the way, that's no longer possible. Last week, the Russian authorities reclassified all the cases of rehabilitated former political prisoners, but I was still able to do it. And I was sitting there, reading the indictment from the NKVD. This was 1937. And one of the crimes that my granddad was accused of was expressing hostility towards the leaders of the Soviet government and the Communist Party. That was the exact phrase, expressing hostility. Fast forward, 2023, when I received my indictment order. One of my crimes was using public expressions hostile to the government and the president of the Russian Federation. I was sitting there and I was not believing my own eyes. They are literally lifting direct quotations from NKVD documents of the 1930s and putting them in the indictments today.
And I mean, you mentioned the year 1936, we can go to 37. What you described sounds like the terror, like the most horrific period of Soviet history, like you're saying. So it's powerful.
All quite striking that you're pointing out. And I think all of you have mentioned press freedom and how that's been oppressed, almost entirely erased within Russia. But then on the other side, we also see the malinformation flowing out of Russia, influencing the opinion of the rest of us in the West and elsewhere in the world. And that's something that you have been quite preoccupied with at the Media Commission, Skúli.
Yes, that's true, and luckily we've not seen the examples that you were describing here in Iceland, and I hope we never will. But what has happened instead is that we tend to have a very naive public opinion on these matters. We take for granted freedom of press, freedom of speech, how democracy works. And what has happened is that we are maybe not taking the steps to improve. So we're kind of in a state of not doing so much. So it's really important to hear the importance of people speaking up, to hear the other side, and to learn from your examples. When we are talking about like foreign malign influence and illicit information campaigns, here in Iceland you often sound like someone talking about conspiracy theories. This is not something that happens in Iceland. We are protected by borders and we are a peace-loving country without ever really thinking about what peace-loving really means and how do we protect it. So when we talk about defense, we're not always talking about like military or protecting ourselves from warfare, but maybe more like hybrid warfare when we're in a state of there's not war but not peace either. And some countries might think of us as an opposition or being in a state of against them. So we definitely see these malign influence campaigns. So some of these topics, when we are talking about improving the cognitive status of the public with like media literacy, it's a soft topics here. But other countries with borders, it's not a soft topic. It's a matter of protecting yourself.
So any reflections on that one?
Yes, well, one of the things that I've often heard Vladimir reflect on in his many and great speeches is how Western leaders sort of allowed Putin to pluck the feathers off the bird in the name of, keeping the status quo going and keeping the gas flowing and, having things move smoothly, continuously. And I feel like if we're talking about awareness of our democratic institutions and the importance to uphold principles and ideals like press freedom, freedom of expression, and free and democratic societies just as they stand, we need to be taking a very clear look at who our allies are right now and the way that they are behaving. Because both press freedom and especially freedom of expression is under threat in Europe, under dire threat. We are seeing people, much like we saw people in Russia after the invasion that were holding up a white sign, being hauled off and arrested. We are now seeing people that are holding up a sign that says Palestine Action, being dragged away just for holding a sign. I mean, blind people, 75-year-old people that are just doing that. And then on the other side of the Atlantic, speaking of keeping up the status quo, we are seeing very extreme repression taking hold within the United States. And it feels like our leaders just want to maintain the status quo and don't really want to sound the alarm or criticize their allies in order to keep things calm. But if we don't wake up to the reality that we should tell our friends when they are doing things wrong in terms of democracy, we might end up being the next victim of this kind of a state of affairs.
But also, what can we learn from history on that note? You've looked into the press and how the West press used to function within and outside of Russia as well, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was just talking about it a bit during the break that I've been looking at the reports of the Novosti press agency in Iceland in the 1970s and 1980s, and it's striking how similar the tactics are. And the point is kind of that they were at the time trying to place news in all the Icelandic media and magazines, even children's magazines, and correcting news that they found were wrong about the Soviet Union. And the point is like that they couldn't fight it back then when we just had print media and the one state TV program. And so today it sounds like almost an possible battle to fight. The whole media, disorder environment is really, really difficult in today's climate. But I was really interested in what you were saying, and also because if I may,
of course,
continue the discussion, because the focus on this democratic future for Russia, and that I am really in awe of the powerful voices coming from you and people like you, and I agree that we need to support them. And you had this agreement with the Parliamentary Assembly of the European Council, wasn't it just this week? Last week, yeah. Thank you. I would like to, maybe in light of the historical parallels to what happened last time when Russia entered into an optimistic, hopeful phase for democracy. So how do you envision this in the future for Russia?
Thank you so much. That's a fundamental point. And it was indeed last week at the autumn plenary session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe that the Assembly voted to establish, in effect, a Russian democratic opposition delegation at the Council, in the same way that there already exists one for Belarus. So the only two European countries that are currently outside of the Council of Europe are Russia and Belarus, the last two dictatorships in Europe. But the leaders of the organization decided that they still need to maintain dialogue with the societies of these countries, that the regime does not equal society. And so they found a way to institutionalize those two platforms, one for Belarus and one for us, as sort of, as I like to call, a bridge into the future, a way for us to continue this conversation going in preparation, not in waiting, importantly, but in preparation for the time when there will be a window of opportunity of change in Russia, which there will be. Nothing is forever. The Soviet Union was supposed to be forever. Where is it? The Tsarist Empire was supposed to be forever. Both collapsed in 3 days. This is how things usually happen in Russia. We know this as historians. What we also know is that the other side of change coming so suddenly and unexpectedly is that people are not ready for it. And to your question, I think there were two fundamental mistakes made in the 1990s, one domestically in Russia, one internationally, that ensured that the democratic experiment did not succeed and that missed the opportunity and got us to where we are today. The domestic failure, in my view, is that in the early 90s, after the collapse of the Soviet regime, Russia never really underwent a process that is absolutely necessary for any society that has suffered the trauma of totalitarian rule, and that is a process of a public reckoning, public reflection, public accountability for all the crimes that had been committed. We see, countries as diverse as Argentina after the military dictatorship, South Africa after apartheid, Central and Eastern European countries after the fall of communism. They all had these processes in different ways or forms. Sometimes lustrations, sometimes truth and reconciliation commissions, sometimes judicial procedures, always opening of the archives, because society has to reflect. These crimes have to be accounted for to make sure they never come back. Because if evil is not publicly reflected on and publicly condemned, it will return. And this is what we saw in Russia. There were people, far-sighted people back in the day. This is important. It's not only us sitting here, 30 years later and philosophizing. No, there were people at the time. People like Vladimir Bukovsky, the legendary dissident. People like Galina Starovoytova. She was one of the leaders of the Russian Democratic Movement, a lawmaker, a member of parliament from St. Petersburg, who argued, shouted that we need this. We need to open the archive. We need to bring the criminals to justice to make sure that never happens again. And the officials of the Russian government at the time were sort of just shrugging and saying, no, one of them told Bukovsky, what you're proposing is going to be a witch hunt. That's what he said. And Bukovsky looked at him and said, well, in this case, the witches will come back and start hunting us. And this is exactly what happened. One of the first things Putin did when he came to power was reinstate the Soviet national anthem, once personally picked by Joseph Stalin. Very powerful, very clear symbol. Because this evil was never reflected on and condemned, it came right back. So that's, I think, the mistake that we need to make sure we do not repeat domestically. After Putin's gone, there will have to be accountability. There will have to be responsibility for all that happened. And talking about the Council of Europe, at the summer session in June, they set up a special international tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, modeled on the tribunal that existed for the former Yugoslavia, also based in The Hague. And we were there, Persona, yesterday at the conference 2 days ago, whenever it was. And this was in Scheveningen, just a few kilometers from where Milosevic ended his days in the prison on trial at the International Tribunal. And I expressed hope that we will see Mr. Putin there one day too, because that accountability is important. But on the international side, I think there was a very big mistake also made by the Western world, in that it was unwilling, or perhaps not ready, to assist that democratic transition in Russia in the way that it was ready to do with Poland, the Czech Republic, Baltic states, and so on. And above all, the West was not ready, or not ready enough, to help integrate that nascent democratic Russia into its own institutions, into the European and Euro-Atlantic family. This was so important for countries of Central and Eastern Europe after the fall of communism, because for them, as Václav Havel said when he spoke to the American Congress in February of 1990, he termed the whole process of post-communist transformation in Czechoslovakia as our return to Europe. This is the phrase he used. And it was so important for these countries, not only in practical issues like visa-free travel, free trade, security guarantees, whatever. That was important, obviously. What was more important was a sense of returning to the European home, to the family of civilized nations, for which they were forcibly ejected for decades. Russia never really had that promise. An example that I often use because it's just so striking, on the 20th of December 1991, President Boris Yeltsin of Russia wrote a letter, which was made public, to Manfred Wörner, the then Secretary General of NATO, for the first time officially and publicly raising the question of future Russian membership in NATO. 20th of December 1991. That letter did not even receive a reply. And a few years ago, before my prison, I was writing an article about this for Polish Foreign Affairs magazine. And I went back to the archives, to the libraries, Library of Congress and others, to go through the sources, the newspaper clippings, the documents, just to see how is it even possible that something of this importance coming from the president of Russia is just totally ignored. And all the sources go back to the same point, that Western leaders and Western officials were so shocked by the sudden collapse of the Soviet system, because it was supposed to be there forever. It was solid, it was strong, wasn't it? And then it was gone in 3 days. People didn't know what to do. The New York Times article said that NATO officials were too taken aback by the Yeltsin letter to offer a coherent response. This was the phrase they used. Well, that's just not good enough, because that was such an enormous missed opportunity. And by the time NATO was ready to accept Russia, that conditional yes came about 94, 95, it was way too late. By then, it was already the first war in Chechnya, sort of the increasing, not very good trends within Russian politics, domestically, and so on. The point is, these windows of opportunity are short and brief by definition. They don't last years. We don't have that luxury. And so I think it's really important to be preparing now for that moment, which none of us knows when it will come. It could be in 5 years and could be 4 months, but it will be there. And we need to stand ready to act. Those roadmaps need to be drawn up now. That homework needs to be done now, so that next time Russia gets a chance at democratic transition, it is actually successful, because it's in the interest of all of us. I really appreciated an Icelandic member of parliament who spoke at that debate in Strasbourg last week. He spoke first, actually, after all the political group leaders. And he said that why he supports this resolution on the Russian delegation, he said, the best guarantee for peace and security in Europe is a democratic Russia. I really appreciated hearing it from him. And several other members from Germany, from Spain, made similar points, and it's important that the free world realizes that this is in our common interest to make sure that Russia's next democratic experiments succeed, and we need to be getting ready for it.
Yeah. I don't know if we... I wonder if we have time for a couple of questions from the audience. Yes, perfect. So if anyone has a question, please. Yes, we already have one over here.
Into the future, but as the war goes on, as goodness destroying Russia's economy, do you think, since China is still heavily mourning the loss of Manchuria, and since they're struggling with their lack of drinkable water, and Lake Baikal is just over the border, do you think there's a possibility that as Russia gets weaker and weaker, that China begins moving to Siberia?
Perhaps we'll take one or two more, and then we'll answer at the same time. If there are any more in the audience at the moment, we can also just start with this one if you want to.
Thank you so much for the question. I think what you just outlined is the biggest threat to Russia's national security in the long term, a threat that Putin's not only completely ignoring, but actually making it even more threatening by creating this, sort of putting out this false narrative that the danger is from the West, it's a NATO that's encircling Russia, whatever nonsense he comes up with. We have no more stable and secure borders in Russia than our borders with NATO countries. And that has been a fact for decades, even in the Cold War. But, to your question, it's a very different situation on the other side of the Ural Mountains. Just sort of a fact that maybe not everybody would be aware of. If you look at the map of Russia, so you'll see geographically, most of the territory is beyond the Ural Mountains, Siberia, Far East. And the European part is much smaller. The European part of Russia is still bigger than the rest of Europe combined, but it's much smaller than the other side. But 80% of the Russian population live in the European part, west of the Ural Mountains. That side is basically empty. I've been there many times. There's absolutely beautiful places. To mention Lake Baikal is one of the wonders of the world. But it's empty. There are very few people. And if you look on the other side, the Chinese border, what the density of the population is over there. And frankly, I don't think it's a secret to anybody that there's still a lot of resentment feelings in China about the territory that was lost in the 19th century wars. There are a few years ago, I remember there was a media story, there was some maps in geography lessons in Chinese schools that showed some of that Russian territory colored as disputed territory, which obviously it isn't by international law. So that really is a long-term threat. It's not from the West. It's from the communist dictatorship in China. And what Putin's doing with all his policies, he's making that threat worse. Because he's artificially detaching Russia from the rest of Europe, so from our own civilization, from our own natural allies. And he's making Russia into a subservient vassal of the communist dictatorship in Beijing, because that's the only type of relationship he can hope for. Obviously, he's the weaker in this, what I'm going to call a partnership, in this relationship. And this goes for economic questions too, like the so-called strength of Siberia, force of Siberia, I'm not sure how it's translated, Sila Siberia, the Gazprom pipeline that goes to China. There have been many works of economic analysis shown that this is completely detrimental to Russian economic interests, but it's very beneficial to China. It's a very lopsided relationship. And I think what Putin's doing there is very dangerous, and that is the biggest threat to our national security going forward. I just hope that his regime ends earlier than this threat becomes irreversible. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, it's a very good question. Also something that perhaps doesn't receive as much attention here as everything else that's more sort of focused towards what's happening here in the West, obviously. Any other questions from the audience at this point? Oh, I can see one in the line just above. Yeah.
Hi, I'm a special educator at the International School District of here. And I have students who come from Russia and students who come from Ukraine, as well as students who come from various conflict zones around the world. And they often experience conflict with one another because they hear how their parents talk about each other. And we run up against this a lot. I'm not always sure how to advise them. But I wonder, what would you say to these children as they prepare for what I hope will be a democratic future?
Thank you for this. That's a fundamental issue that we encounter too, all the time. And I would never presume to give anybody any advice on this. I mean, we're all learning it too, just like you and your students. I think what I would say is it's really important to see the human being in one another, not the passport color, just like not the skin color, but the human being. It's going to be a really long, uphill and difficult road for reconciliation for Russia and Ukraine after the war for a long time. It has to be a road that necessarily lies through repentance from the side of the aggressor, from our side. It can't be any other way. But at the same time, I'm optimistic looking into the future because we know from history, from other examples, we know that it can be done. It's not easy, but it can be done. We keep talking about this Council of Europe session in Strasbourg last week. So I don't know about you, I usually fly to Frankfurt when I go to these sessions, right, because that's the closest big airport. Strasbourg airport is tiny, nothing flies there. So I went to Frankfurt. Well, it may be really good, but it's just there are a few flights there as well. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to offend anyone. So I flew into Frankfurt, took a rental car, and we drove with my wife from Frankfurt to Strasbourg. It's a nice 2-hour drive. And I'm a historian. I know how much blood is soaked into that soil of Alsace-Lorraine. that was fought over by the Germans and the French for centuries. It was a Franco-Prussian war, the First World War, the Second World War was coming back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And, you know, I'm driving there, and I don't even know if I'm still in Germany or already in France. Because there's no border, there's a single currency, there are people living in friendship and cooperation with each other. And there are still people alive today who were soldiers in the Second World War. So if that was possible to do, I'm sure it will be possible with us. But I would say just it's really important to see fellow human beings in one another as opposed to labeling people by nationalities. Thank you for this.
Very brief. Yeah, just very briefly, I wanted to add, I'm not a pedagogue. I wouldn't imagine what I would say, but what I think is important for those of us that do have a platform in society is to be careful about how we speak about other people, in particular based on their nationality or ethnicity or other type of background. And what tends to happen when it comes to Russians is that we tend to stamp them as all in favor of the war, just like Vladimir was referring to here before, or all militaristic and aggressive and so on and so forth, and imperialist indeed. And the same goes for other nationalities that are entwined with conflict. We tend to give them stamps of certain very negative characteristics. And the more that we allow this kind of narrative to continue, and we buy into it with the question as well, why do all the Russians support the war, etc., the more we run the risk of, oh, you're from Russia, you must want to kill me if you're from Ukraine. And this is something that I believe we should be very careful about in the way that we speak about things publicly, because they do tend to let these ideas take root.
Thank you all so much. I really wanted to end with a brief, slightly different question for you, Vladimir. For everyone in this room listening, on an individual level, what can we do to, in one way or another, contribute to a democratic Russia in the future?
I can say many things, and we'll be here for another hour, but I'll just say one brief thing that's very, very important. One of the things that helped me stay sane in that solitary confinement in Siberia, and I know that is true for so many of my friends and colleagues, was receiving letters of support, letters of solidarity from all over the world, not just from Russia, but the world over. The one big difference, I mean, most of the things in the Russian Gulag today are exactly the same that they were. You know, you read about in Sharansky's or Bukovsky's memoirs. Nothing has changed. The one big change is that actually, thanks in large part to Russia's membership in the Council of Europe over the years, where they had to adapt some of the standards, there is now a right, for now at least, a right to correspondence for political prisoners. As I mentioned, it's only an hour and a half a day that was allowed to read and write and read letters, but I was looking forward to that hour and a half, you know, throughout for the rest of the day. I think anybody who's been through this personally can appreciate how much light and warmth and hope there is in that stack of letters that the prison guards hand you through the feeding slot in the door at 4 o'clock every day. And I know it helped me stay sane, and I know it helped me survive. And there are now ways to write to political prisoners in Russia. There is this electronic system, and there are human rights groups internationally that facilitate. OVD Info is one of them. There's a project, I think it's called Letters Across Borders, right? OVD Info, a leading human rights organization in Russia. You can go on their website, it exists in English, and you can write a letter in your own language. They have volunteers who translate it into Russian, because all the letters obviously go through prison censorship. They have to be in Russian, otherwise they won't get there. So they will do all this, and they will send it. And it may seem like a small thing, but it is enormous. This is huge. This may literally mean the difference between staying sane or not, between surviving and not. And so the one very practical and very current thing that I would say, please write to political prisoners. It only takes a few minutes out of your busy days, but it can mean a world of a difference for someone in those conditions.
That's an excellent example. Thank you so much, Skule, Rosa, Sunna, and Vladimir. Thank you.
Thank you.
welcome Jessica, we will have a moderated youth dialogue, and I will present the youth that is actually participating in that. But first, Jessica, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Pia. Can everybody hear me? Okay, excellent. I'll just start by saying I have been overjoyed by the conversation and conference today. I feel like it is incredibly rare in moments like these to come into a space and hear so much nuance, but also hope in the struggle for human rights globally. And I was wondering if we could just give the team that organized this tremendous conference a big round of applause. This is my first real visit to Iceland. I arrived this morning, but it's not my first time doing a fake visit. When I was a grad student in the UK, I would fly Iceland Air because it was the most affordable option. And I would send my parents postcards from the airport so I could pretend that I'd visited Iceland. I never actually left the airport. So now that I've left the airport, I can definitively say your country is very cool. I want to thank the University of Iceland Peace Center, the United Nations Association of Iceland, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Iceland for creating this vitally important conference. A partnership between a government ministry, an academic institution, and a mechanism committed to multilateralism is a model that we should emulate. I'm based in the US, and when I told my friends and colleagues that I was going to speak at a conference with this configuration of leadership, making the conversation happen, people said, could you imagine if we had a conference like this organized by the State Department in the United States today? And I said I didn't want to imagine it. I especially want to thank David Sigurðsson and Ambassador Bergdís Ellertsdóttir for their friendship and for making this invitation possible. My journey to this stage began in 2021 when they hosted me at the Icelandic Embassy in Washington to celebrate my appointment as the US Special Envoy to advance the human rights of LGBTQI+ persons. And I remember that it was a cold December night, and I was wearing a dress that sparkled as bright as an ornament. And there was such joy in the room. There were diplomats and human rights activists, and my parents were even there. But everybody was celebrating a seemingly simple idea that actually represented so much more. The idea that the US would invest in equality as a foreign policy tool. Hate is contagious, but so is hope. And I think that night we felt like we were on the precipice of a new world, where every country would one day have a special envoy for LGBTQI+ rights, and where diplomacy could potentially be more than the art of negotiation and more than a strategy to avoid war. It could be the art of expanding what nations understand as possible. It's 4 years later, and we're at a different moment in history. Across continents, the rights of LGBTQI+ people and the very idea of equality is under siege. From Kampala to Karachi, from Moscow to Miami, politicians have discovered that fear is a cheap and renewable resource. They cloak repression in the language of tradition, claiming to defend so-called family, even as they destroy real families. And yet, as history reminds us, the louder the call to turn back the clock, the clearer the evidence that progress is advancing. So I want to talk about this complex picture that we find ourselves in. What is the state of the world for LGBTQI plus rights? A little bit about what's happening in my country right now, and an argument to you about where Iceland fits into this broader global narrative. And I'm hoping we can have a rich conversation afterwards. So today, more than 60 nations still criminalize homosexuality. 11 countries impose the death penalty. And in September, Burkina Faso's transitional government joined them, criminalizing homosexuality with up to 5 years imprisonment. It is so important to emphasize these are not abstract statistics. These laws shape the lives of real people. One activist in Slovakia told me 2 days ago that after he came out, his neighbors, who he had lived alongside for decades, stopped making eye contact with him. He said to me, "That silence is a threat." It's not incidental, it's strategic. When authoritarians restrict love, they also restrict thought, association, and democracy itself. And despite these realities, only 39 cents out of every $100 of private foundation money goes to support LGBTQI equality around the world. Only 4 cents out of every $100 in government international development assistance goes to global LGBTQI plus rights. In those numbers, I hear crisis and I hear opportunity, because we could close that gap. In spite of the inadequate resources going into this category of human rights, there is resistance everywhere, and momentum is underway for LGBTQI plus equality. For example, Botswana and Namibia have decriminalized homosexuality in recent years, striking down colonial-era laws. In Nepal, passports recognize trans and non-binary people as they are, giving them a third gender option, or access to the categories of male and female based on the principle of self-determination. And Japan, just this month, announced more partnership benefits to same-sex couples, including in the vital category of disaster relief. I see each advance as a small revolution, proof that dignity, once awakened, does not sleep. So why does this matter? Because I argue LGBTQI rights are not a boutique cause. They are not just something cute to celebrate during Pride Month. They are not something to take lightly. They're a litmus test for every free society. A government that polices love will police dissent in any form. But a society that protects its LGBTQI plus citizens protects the very possibility of liberty for all. So let me talk a little bit about what's happening in the US right now. As the former US Special Envoy for LGBTQI rights, I was the first human rights expert to hold that role, and unfortunately, since that role no longer exists, I'm also the last Special Envoy for LGBTQI plus rights. And at its peak, there were only 5 of us who were Special Envoys for LGBTQI plus rights in the world. So we have a long way to go. And this means that I have seen how fragile progress can be. For example, in this year alone, according to the American Civil Liberties Union, more than 616 anti-LGBTQI plus bills have been introduced at all levels of government in the United States. Many of them are targeting LGBTQI young people, who are already among the most vulnerable. And a disproportionate number of them are targeting trans and non-binary kids. At the same time, there's a broader attack on human rights and independent and accountability in the United States. So last night I got on my flight and I looked at the news to catch the last-minute headlines, and I read that New York State's Attorney General had just been indicted in trumped-up charges by the president. So dissent is also under attack in the United States. I wish I was just telling you something so that you would have a better abstract understanding of what's happening in the US. But what happens in Washington, unfortunately, doesn't stay in Washington. And there's that saying that when the US sneezes, the world catches a cold. I don't think the United States has ever been perfect on human rights. No country ever has been. But when the US withdraws its support for human rights and democracy, autocrats rejoice. And around the world, they point to the US's regression and say, see, even the US is turning back. We can too. I think that backlash is not proof that human rights are losing or out of vogue. I think it's proof that we are changing the world faster than power can adapt. As the civil rights hero, Dr. Martin Luther King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. So our responsibility, especially in moments like this one, is to help it bend more swiftly and to ensure that it bends towards everyone. So I spent my career as a human rights activist, and I did a few years in government. And so I still primarily see myself as an activist, but I feel I got to peek behind the curtain and see how governments think and what I wish more governments understood. And I think what really surprised me was realizing how peripheral human rights agendas are in the context of most governments' foreign policy, certainly my own, but not exclusively my own. And what I realized is that if we want to have human rights be taken more seriously, and certainly LGBTQI rights seen as valuable, we have to do better at making the arguments that LGBTQI issues, gender equality, racial justice, disability rights, and so on, are connected to the core interests and priorities of government. So that's sort of the meta argument, but in the specific case of LGBTQI rights, here's an argument that I increasingly made when I was in government to try to persuade those who were fence sitters, whether within my own government or others. LGBTQI equality strengthens the very systems that hold societies together. Where equality grows, so do economies, innovation, and public health. The data is clear. Inclusion drives prosperity and stability. Countries that create opportunity, education, and safety for all consistently are safer, wealthier, and happier. But the deeper truth is moral and not just mathematical. And I think it's important that we occupy, without apology, the moral arguments as well. Those of us who have lived through exclusion carry a kind of hard-won wisdom. We know how to build solidarity across difference. And that experience, born of struggle, is not marginal to democracy. I think it's the heartbeat of democracy. Defending LGBTQI+ rights, then, is not a favor to a certain category of person. It's an investment in societies that withstand fear because they're built on truth. So that brings me to Iceland. I have a cherished memory of working with Bergdís and David when Iceland's former foreign minister signed a historic pledge to something called the Global Equality Fund. And the Global Equality Fund was a partnership with the US Department of State, uniting governments and private philanthropy to counter violence and discrimination against LGBTQI persons on the front lines of injustice worldwide. And that year, Iceland doubled its contribution to the Global Equality Fund. I wish I could say it was billions of dollars. It wasn't. But in a resource-constrained space, doubling a contribution has a lot of value. And Iceland took that decision quite tactically. It was a tactical decision designed to support LGBTQI+ equality, yes. But it was also a decision taken to inspire other donors, other governments and private sector donors. And I could tell you, as someone who went out and talked to other donors, I would be like, you know what, Iceland's doing it. It was the sort of power of example that inspires others. There was something else that was really important about that contribution. It helped anchor the Global Equality Fund within the US State Department. So it was an example of a small country planting a seed in a large one to help an entire forest grow. Unfortunately, we didn't know that the Trump administration was going to dismantle the fund this year. And that was quite heartbreaking because it was a bipartisan mechanism that had supported LGBTQI plus people in some of the world's most dangerous places since 2011. And I want to be clear, the impact of dismantling the Global Equality Fund was immediate and devastating. The executive orders that justified its dismantling falsely equated gender equality and LGBTQI plus work with so-called ideology instead of justice. And it halted nearly all US federal funding for global LGBTQI plus rights. But here's where Iceland comes in. Your government found a creative way to honor its original pledge. And those funds were reprogrammed at the exact moment that the global LGBTQI plus movement needed it most. This ability was deliberate, and it was made possible because of policy, deliberate policy. It was the result of human rights mainstreaming of the development cooperation strategy approved by Parliament. This mattered enormously. The scapegoating of LGBTQI plus people around the world is rising at the exact moment when political and financial support is decreasing. And to just put that into context for you, the US is just one example, had been funding around 1/3 of the global LGBTQI plus movement. And it keeps me up at night because the withdrawal of funding on that scale has the potential to set the global LGBTQI plus movement back by decades. So in that context, I want to say thank you to Iceland, to all of you. And of course, this support doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's part of a larger policy framework that's been influential for so many of us. For example, championing human rights at the Human Rights Council of the United Nations. For example, investing in civil society and trusting civil society, including where it's dangerous, as we heard on the last panel. For example, electing one of the world's first openly lesbian heads of government. I'm trying to think of how many openly lesbian heads of government there have been. I don't think it's a very long list. For example, making gender equality a cornerstone of your foreign policy. In doing so, Iceland has done something extraordinary. You have steadied the compass when great powers have lost their way. And that's not to obscure the work that I'm sure there is still incomplete here at home in your country. But it is to say, especially in moments like this one, domestic and foreign policy are two sides of the same coin. And Iceland has a disproportionate contribution on the world stage when it comes to these categories of exclusion and opportunity. So I'm going to draw to a close. And I'm going to cite my first favorite from Iceland, Björk. And as Björk once said, I find it so amazing when people tell me I'm brave. I'm not brave. I just have the nerve to be myself. That is what this moment demands of all of us, the nerve to be ourselves and the courage to defend one another. We are living through what some have called democratic fatigue, where cynicism poses as sophistication, hope is seen as naivete, but I don't think hope is naive. I think hope is disciplined imagination, the conviction that freedom can and must prevail. The movements that changed the world, the abolition of slavery, suffrage for women and racial minorities, decolonization, LGBTQI plus equality, all began with people who refused to accept that reality must remain as it is. And our task today is to continue that lineage, to make possibility irresistible. So I'm going to leave you with 4 asks. First, to you as citizens of Iceland and to all of your friends and family and neighbors and everyone you see. Please keep pairing your moral clarity with political and financial commitments to global LGBTQI equality. Your values literally ripple across oceans, and today your contributions have outsized significance. To the academics and journalists in the room right now, keep generating data and stories that show that inclusion is a strength. LGBTQI people are not asking for special rights, only equality. Third, to the youth, including those in the front row, and human rights activists, many of whom are in the room right now, continue defending democracy itself. Right now in the US, human rights organizations are removing the names of their staff from their websites and deleting their organizational addresses for fear of doxing and attacks. So please keep fighting for those who cannot. And fourth, to the government of Iceland and its representatives, please keep filling the vacuum of global leadership for LGBTQI equality, for gender and sexuality and rights for all. And perhaps consider creating a special envoy for LGBTQI plus rights. So let us keep building that more equal world in our laws and our classrooms, in our embassies and in our art, and in every space where imagination meets power. Because equality is not a Western invention and it is not a modern luxury. It is the oldest promise to live without fear, to love without shame, and like this beautiful island of fire and ice, to forge light from the harshest elements, leaving behind a world more just than the one we inherited. Thank you so much.
I think this makes sense. Thank you so much, Jessica. That was really excellent. We now have a few moments, and we're going to use it for what we talked about, the moderated youth dialogue. And we have three wonderful young women with us here today. Let me start by asking Snæ Humadóttir, who is the Youth Council representative for Samtökin 78. I actually wish I could say that in English, but I'm not certain how it's translated. Maybe you will help me out. But you have a question and some reflections, perhaps, for Jessica, please.
Yes, I do come from the Queer Youth Center and the Youth Council of Samtökin 78, which is basically just a queer organization of Iceland, I think. And I would start by saying I am forever grateful for those safe spaces to exist and explore being myself. But you told us that the government has implemented 616 bills this year against LGBTQI.
Not implemented.
No,
they've been introduced.
Introduced. How would you protect the queer youth in the US if you could oppose those bills or replace them? How do you see that happening, getting those rights back for queer youth?
Thank you, Snæ. Well, the good thing is that there's an organized resistance to those bills, and most of those bills remain in draft form. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of hope. But I think the question Snæ asks is a really smart one. What we have seen in recent years is a return to the weaponization of children in the context of the LGBTQI rights debate that harkens back to some of the stereotypes that I remember from when I was a kid growing up. But when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, the way children came up in the context of conversations about LGBTQI equality was based on the fallacy that all gay men were predators and pedophiles. And I think this is the updated version of that myth and that harrowing framework. But I think the way it's being used today is very sophisticated and smart. Because if you think that someone is a threat to your child, you will do anything to protect them. And the idea that LGBTQI people have been reimagined almost as monsters seeking to recruit, and you've heard the term groom kids, is very dangerous. And that's why I think there are so many of these bills. But I also think they're a proxy, because none of these bills are really about kids' rights. They're not about keeping kids safe. If we really wanted to talk about what makes kids safe, we would talk about suicide prevention, we would talk about adequate funding for schools, we would talk about healthy meals programs, we would even talk about free and affordable childcare. But that's not what's being talked about. So I think that this is a Trojan horse to distract from issues that really impact Americans' kitchen table priorities. And I think part of the way we fight back is by naming it as what it is. And I will just say, one of the best ways we fight back is not only by having queer youth speak for themselves, like the amazing models in the front row, but also having parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles and siblings speak out, because they're allies are some of our best advocates. Because if someone comes for your family, you're going to come for them.
Thank you so much. And now moving over to the next representative, Stefania Sigurdís Jóhönnudóttir is Iceland's youth delegate for human rights at the UN.
Thank you. It's an honor to be today with you all. And my question and reflection is based on the current situation here in Iceland in these times of uncertainty. As an Icelandic youth, I often hear about how impactful and important we are in Iceland in regards to setting an example for the rest of the world when it comes to human rights. But in these times of uncertainty, these rights are being threatened on a universal scale, and Iceland is no exception. I cannot mention the influence US political propaganda, false news, and media has on us here in Iceland. We are witnessing a weaponization of social media where personal opinions based on prejudice and hate are looked at as facts, and specialists often cannot disregard it. Just recently, an Icelandic politician has raised questions that publicly threaten not only the rights but existence of LGBTQI+ persons in our country. My question to you, Jessica, is if you have any additional advice or message for us here in Iceland that are looked at and expected to be this universal example, while still needing to continue this forever-long fight of not only the maintenance, but also advancement of human rights. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Stefania. I think I said in my remarks that domestic and foreign policy are two sides of the same coin. Our credibility as brokers for justice, democracy, and rights depends on coherence between domestic and foreign policy. So it can't be do as I say, not as I do. If we believe in human rights, we have to live our values. And that doesn't mean any of us are perfect, but it means that we need to put money and political will where our values are. I can imagine that having a great global reputation maybe could make you feel complacent at times, but there is so much more to do. None of us are perfect. There's no such place as a queer nirvana. And if there were, I'd be signing up right away. But I just want to say, one of the things I unfortunately do is I track the work of anti-rights actors globally. And I keep going to countries and talking with activists who say, suddenly out of nowhere, things started to change here. Anti-LGBTQI rhetoric was everywhere. And we were hearing arguments that we'd never had in our country before. But suddenly people were claiming it was a homegrown argument. So I just want to say there is a globally networked, well-funded group of actors that are seeking to subvert gender equality and LGBTQI rights everywhere. And Europe is very high on the list of targets. And if anybody wants to talk more about that in the break, I'd be happy to. But I think Stefania's point is not to be taken lightly. If you believe in gender justice, fight just as hard for it here at home before you lose it.
Thank you so much. And now on to the third one, Silvia Martinsdóttir, who is president of the National Youth Council of Iceland.
Hi, I just want to thank you for your speech. It was very interesting, and also thanks for inviting us here today. I have to agree with some of Stefania's points, because being an example, or a good example in the United Nations or on the world stage, makes it sometimes difficult to fight for our rights here at home. I would say that the youth dialogue and youth participation is good compared to in many other countries around the world, but we're still quite behind the Nordics, for example. But I'm kind of curious, and I wanted to ask you about what the United States has been doing or can do to better engage the youth in dialogue about peace and about human rights, and how these processes work in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sylvia, do you mean the US government or people in the United States?
I guess both, like how it is here in Iceland. Us at the National Youth Organization, we have a lot of partnerships. We are in partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other ministries as well as the UN organization here in Iceland. So I guess it's encouraged all around, and all these partnerships help strengthen the voice and encourage the youth to speak out and be involved in important dialogue that affects our futures.
Well, that's a great question. I have to say the queer youth that I know, and just the youth that I know in general in the US, are really, they give me hope, because they're unrepentant in their commitment to justice and being their authentic selves. I mean, I think Sylvia's question inspires me to think, is there a silver lining in the current moment in the United States? And it can be hard to find a silver lining, but if you believe in justice, you have to find things that keep you going every day. And the silver lining that I hope links to Sylvia's question, which is there's been this myth of American exceptionalism. And there's lots of reason for that, including, our country is so large that you can be completely consumed by events happening within our borders and forget that we're a part of a global community, and what happens around the world also impacts us at home. I think in this moment, we're seeing a lot of US-based human rights activists, young people, et cetera, just reaching out around the world, curious about what's happened in other countries, how others have fought back, what good strategies are, what are best practices we can use at home. And so I think in the long term, that actually could create a better world.
Thank you so much, and especially to the three young ladies here in the front row. We should always have the youth in the front row, that's what I say. Thank you so much. I will, however, pass the baton over to a middle-aged man. Christian Guy Burgess, International Relations Specialist, is taking over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pia. It's an honor to speak for such a minority. I've never before been called a middle-aged man, so bear with me for a moment to recover. So I'm Christian Guy Burgess. I've spent the last 4 years at UNESCO, where the motto is, since wars begin in the minds of men, it's in the minds of men that defenses of peace must be constructed. And I think it's a powerful message for all of us. And this has been an extremely powerful day, listening to these wonderful speakers coming from different parts of the world to inspire and encourage us here in Iceland to improve what's possible and get ideas of what can be done from here. The session that we're starting now is called Protecting Rights Together, the role of the UN in the current human rights struggles. And we have a keynote speaker, and then we have a panel coming up. And we will start with Katja Kraut, who is the program director for the Global Security and Governance Program of the Finnish Institute for International Affairs. And then we have a panel discussing these topics. In the time of diminishing trust in global organizations, rising authoritarianism, and the backlash on human rights across the world. And of course, we have to address the realities on the ground, but I will try, and we will try to discuss also the ways forward and what can be done in a country like Iceland, what the government, what the civil society, what the people at large can do to bring about a brighter future than what we are seeing around the world today. But allow me first to invite to the stage Katja Kraut, the program director from the Finnish Institute for International Affairs. You have the floor now, and then I will invite the other speakers and introduce them after your presentation. Welcome.
So I hope you can hear me well. Okay. So thank you first to the organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be in Iceland again. So I really enjoyed it. But I also want to echo Jessica in this, that it has been a wonderful day. It's been emotions. It's been tears, I would say. And that's not often that these things happen at the conference. So I'm going to represent the boring expert who will not provoke any tears, I hope. But that has really been refreshing, I think, and important as well. So, dear audience, in 2006, at the inauguration of the UN Human Rights Council, which celebrates 20 years next year, the then Secretary General Kofi Annan stated, and I quote, "I venture to hope, and I suggest it should be your ambition, that within 5 years your work will have so clearly established the Human Rights Council's authority that there will be a general will to amend the Charter and to elevate it to the status of a principal organ of the United Nations," unquote. Kofi Annan, I'm not sure he was an optimist, but he headed the UN in very different times. Today, human rights are less and less mainstreamed into the UN work. Some permanent members of the Security Council still do not see the connection between human rights and international peace and security. Civil society space is shrinking, and the human rights component of peacekeeping missions witnesses pushbacks. Also, human rights institutions like the International Criminal Court face direct questioning. In the words of the current Secretary General himself, human rights are under attack. Hardly anyone claims that we are close to fulfilling the UN's mandate of protecting fundamental human rights, one of its 3 main pillars. We are grappling with the serious human rights violations in different places, like we heard today, Gaza, Ukraine, but there's also many other dire conflicts, Sudan, Myanmar, and so forth. Decisions on ending development aid also negatively affects human rights promotion and protection. The UN is not immune to the deteriorating international political environment, quite the opposite. The work in the World Organization to promote and protect human rights faces headwinds. These include geopolitical rivalry that extends to foundational rules of international law, including human rights, but it also suffers from lack of leadership and financial difficulties. China has raised its stakes in human rights governance. It has systematically sought to remove human rights from the center of the international order by launching alternative human rights concepts, blocking human rights financing at the UN, and hindering civil society involvement in human rights scrutiny. China privileges developmentalism, thus leaving the level of human rights protection to be decided by national conditions. By increasingly shaping the human rights agenda at the Human Rights Council to its own likings, China has attracted the attention and cooperation of many countries of the so-called Global South. By shifting human rights language away from legal obligations to cooperation and capacity building, human rights are undermined. Russia emerges as a disruptor, and other authoritarian states want to shape the agenda as well. A traditional ally of Europeans in many human rights matters, the United States, is also giving Western democracies headache. With the United States having left the Council and also recently announced its departure from the Universal Periodic Review, other Western states are left to carry the torch of human rights further. In many respects, the expectations for the leadership in human rights matters fall on the European Union. However, the European Union deals with its own populist and authoritarian challenges. Besides all the great power turmoil that affects human rights promotion and protection, the shortage in UN financing has even closed down parts of UN Geneva and forced electricity cuts. One is indeed left wondering, who will become a human rights champion and how is this to be done? How is refocus on human rights in the UN to be achieved? And what role will the UN have in setting and maintaining international standards? The UN cannot be more than its member states want it to be. When member states do not pay their financial contributions owed to the organization or withdraw funding from specific sectors, this will affect human rights protection by the World Organization. For example, the Refugee Agency has cut down 5,000 jobs only in this year. Of the UN contributions, only 61 states have, out of 193 member states, have paid their contributions in full this year. Yet we can all agree that there are no alternative institutions to the United Nations, despite its shortcomings. Which other organization would deliver 2 billion doses of vaccines to children around the world, or give food aid to 120 countries like the World Food Programme does, or provide over 60,000 peacekeepers to fragile environments? If the international community would try to create a new charter for a different kind of world organization, it would most certainly fail, as the divisions among states are only deepening. When it comes to the halls of UN Geneva and New York, the political climate has left the human rights sphere defensive rather than progressive. A defensive stance is needed to protect existing rights. The authoritarian voices are getting stronger in the UN Human Rights Council, filling the void left by the United States. And one such group is the Group of Friends in Defense of the Charter of the United Nations. It was founded in 2021 and consists of 18 member states, including countries like Russia, China, Venezuela, Cuba, Zimbabwe, and Nicaragua. And these autocracies align their statements through the different UN bodies and seek to push a counter-narrative to the established norms in human rights. Some have even labeled this a power grab. Instead of condemning the system, they engage and change it from within. While the political climate is not conducive to setting new standards on human rights, China and Russia have managed to coordinate their actions, for example, when it comes to the new Cyber Crime Convention, to such a degree that there are no realistic or meaningful human rights safeguards. And these new norm makers do not value human rights. And this is reflected also in the new international rules and standards coming out from the UN. So Western states should either get used to this or devise their own effective strategies. Much of the debates today on multilateral cooperation and global governance highlight the major powers of the world: China, US, India, Russia, and the European Union. However, the vast majority of UN member states are small states, not major powers. Hence, the power is in numbers. Small states are not disempowered. Together, they are strong proponents of the UN Charter, multilateral cooperation, and international law. Small states who like to see the UN system functioning are also solution-oriented, and they come from the north and south, west and east, and they are developed or developing. For example, the right to a clean and healthy environment arose from small island states who pushed the agenda hard. Small states are nevertheless underrepresented in the UN Human Rights Council, as they sometimes lack permanent representation in Geneva. They don't have the human and financial resources to work for human rights. And their participation should be supported financially and through other arrangements. There are small or middle-sized states that are known for carrying the work for human rights further. The 5 Nordic states are important contributors to the UN human rights work, and they have been members on several occasions in the Human Rights Council. Also, the Nordic members of the European Union are at the forefront in human rights protection. The Nordics span many cooperation groups, from the Mountain Group to the NB8 with the Baltic states. And together their voices are amplified, even though they are not similar in all respects. The Nordic states are in an excellent position to build bridges to small and medium-sized states on other continents. And this is exemplified by Finland's resolution on intersex persons, together with Australia, Chile, and South Africa. Denmark pursued the linkage between human rights and sustainable development, together with Chile, and Iceland has been promoting equal pay, together with Panama and South Africa. New partnerships must be sought. It is important that the Human Rights Council features countries that dare to be principled and speak up on countries with a record of serious human rights violations. Also here, the Nordics can play a role in increasing the legitimacy and credibility of the Council's work. At the same time, it's important for the Nordic states to counter the so-called Nordic human rights paradox, which entails that we lecture others on human rights while being far from perfect at home. To practice what we preach is important, and I was pleased to see, for example, that a great part of Iceland's voluntary pledges on its Human Rights Council membership was devoted to improving human rights at home. The financial and liquidity crisis is an important factor in the UN's ability to promote and protect human rights, also in the Human Rights Council itself. The concrete work is already being affected, with dimming lights, closing parts of buildings, and the office announcing that there is a long list of measures that cannot be taken. And the 8 pages long list that was recently put forward features several reports on human rights promotion and protection that can't be delivered. It has many panels, workshops, and consultations that are being left out. So UN debts must be paid. In times of both political and financial hardships, one might wonder whether the ever-expanding agenda of the Human Rights Council should be reconsidered. Swamping the Council may be used as a tactic by some states to paralyze its efficiency, but a genuine discussion on core areas and increased efficiency should be welcomed. This would also allow smaller states to better take part in the Council's work if the number of resolutions and reports were diminished. Dear audience, in these somewhat gloomy times, we should neither take peace nor human rights for granted. And I'm glad every speaker here today has been saying the same thing. They need investment and defense. Coming from Finland, I'm all too familiar with the increased focus on military spending and widespread discussions on threats. I suggest that we need to have more discussions on peace and on structures that work for the benefit of peace, precisely like the Imagine Forum today. However, we must also talk to those who are not convinced, those who are not in this room today. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Katja for her presentation. And I'm also inviting to the floor the other panelists. We have Einar Gunnarsson, on the permanent representative of Iceland to Geneva, including the Human Rights Council. We have Artisana Gunnarsdóttir, who is the president of SIDMET here in Iceland. And we have Jessica Stern, who spoke previously before. And take up the time management system here, so but I also hope that the will be a wave to us if we move too slow. Thank you all for being here. And it's a very interesting panel on a very in a very interesting discussion that we had here today. I wanted to start to move the ball from Katja to you, Einar, as the permanent representative of Iceland to Geneva and to the Human Rights Council in Geneva to give us a perspective, not just of Iceland, but of the Human Rights Council to the ongoing crisis. We have a political crisis, we have a budget crisis. We remember when the President of the United States spoke to the United Nations in New York, and he had a lot of complaints, but the main complaint was against the escalator at the UN building. In Geneva, he wouldn't even get on the escalator because the escalators had been turned off for a very long time. So stairs are an issue there. How do you in Geneva and the Human Rights Council see these issues that Katja described in this current context? And if you give us a perspective from Geneva.
Thank you, Christian, and thank you all. It has been an exceptional day, with exceptional interventions and a lot of food for thought. Sitting here, trying to bring this together, what comes to my mind is that soft power is certainly not in fashion today. And as we have heard, while sort of hard power is really at the forefront of everything, as Katja has just gone over, and Jessica as well, and that really brings about challenges for us, working on human rights in Geneva. The human rights pillar of the UN is really about soft power. I think Nazanin mentioned this morning, that 1% of the overall budget of the UN budget goes to the human rights pillar, so it's minuscule in the overall scheme of things. And that, of course, might make people a bit depressed or pessimistic, but I'm a diehard optimist, and I believe that this is a pendulum. And I think also we heard from Vladimir and the others, the historians, the pendulum always comes around. And after periods of hard power, it has usually been soft power that has been needed to restore things. So I basically believe that it is about us now sort of preserving where we are at, so that we can actually pick up when the pendulum starts to swing into the other direction. At the Council, we see this very much sort of embodied in the ever-lasting conflict between sort of thematic approaches and country-specific approaches. That's actually a strange debate because the ratio between the two has been more or less the same for decades. Sometimes I feel, because when we are talking about the vast majority of governments, that sort of the small governments, we're also talking about the North-South divide, that some of my colleagues would like to rename the council as the Government Rights Council, but not the Human Rights Council. And that is really sort of at the core of everything that we are doing. We should be looking at the humans, their rights, their inalienable rights, and that's what we're really trying to do. And that's sometimes a tough job to bring the focus back onto the humans. But it is reflected in what we try to do at the Council with the priorities. I'm not going to list them up here. Some of them have been mentioned. National mentioned, for example, the work that we have done on Iran over the years. So we will just continue to work on these priorities and knowing that the pendulum will swing back.
Thank you, Einar. We will hopefully be able to dive into some of the specifics also of the actions that a country like Iceland has taken and can take in a structure like the Human Rights Council. Now, I'm moving to the civil society perspective. Although at this time you've been a member of parliament, now you're part of civil society, I would like to gain your perspectives on these issues, on the situation, the rights situation in the world, and how you see from the civil society perspective and your opinion some of the important issues that you would like to highlight in this.
Yes, thank you. I think it is a very good way to look at things is to look at this pendulum that we're talking about. And as I sometimes say that I learned not so long ago that we are not going forward. Mankind doesn't go forward, and it never did. We go in circles, go round and round. Maybe slowly we're going upwards. But there's a pessimism in that, but there's an optimism as well, which is this pendulum thought. I think what is most important today, I think a lot of people have this feeling of losing hope. It's easy to lose hope when you have this development that we are looking at, but it's not the first time, and it's not the second time. We've seen it in history. From the perspective of the civil society, I think what is important is to not be silenced. I like to imagine sometimes when I feel like, okay, I'm not going to answer this, there's no point in it. I try to imagine, what if nobody said anything? And if you're thinking about the pendulum, it goes back and forth, and maybe there's a range, how far it will go, and how fast it will swing back. And I think we sometimes underestimate the power of our words and our soft power. And I think, for example, like Katja said before, of course there is power in size, but there's also power in numbers. But it's not only in the numbers, it's also just in the word itself. I think everybody in here can relate to, for example, seeing some discussion online and there are 2 comments that say something. And suddenly you feel like everyone is saying that. Everyone is against this because 2 people are. And then you may see the same discussion somewhere else, and it's not like that. So maybe these 2 people were just 2 people. This we can also use in our advantage. I think, for example, for the Icelandic authorities, the Icelandic government tends to, in my opinion, underestimate our size in the international arena, in the eyes of the world. I think we tend to underestimate our power, our authority that comes from the simple fact that we are right. Humbly. Because we speak for human rights, we're the good guy. And of course we aren't, definitely. Like, we aren't. There's no guarantee for it, and we cannot take it for granted. And this was very clear in Jessica's words here before, and I think that message is very important. But I think this is what civil society needs to, we need to give hope to people that their words actually matter, and they do. They do a lot. And that goes for just, comments online. I'd like to mention a program that the Icelandic Queer Association actually has launched recently. That is basically a course on how to respond to hateful speech and hateful discussion. Gagnræða. I'm not sure if some of you may be familiar with it. I think this is a very useful tool for people in general, just
at the family gathering. It's just teaching us tools, even phrases. They even have phrases that you can have tickets in your pocket that you can just use at the Christmas dinner where somebody is saying something not very nice, instead of saying nothing, because sometimes we don't know what to say. So I can recommend that, and I think maybe the government should be giving such courses in schools, just to save the sanity of people and also, of course, human rights.
Thank you very much. Now moving over to you, Jessica. We've heard mentioned soft power versus hard power, but I know also that you're concerned with the state of multilateralism and the situation that we are faced with. And I wanted to hear from you how you would address and respond as a diplomat and a special envoy previously from the most powerful country in the world, and to gain your opinions on are we what's the state of multilateralism and soft power right now?
I should get the easy questions because I was already on another panel. Thank you very much for that question, and thank you to the colleagues for the excellent remarks. Where to start? I'll give you the story I heard from a person who was forced out of the Trump White House 73 days after assuming a senior level position there. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, was coming to the United States, presumably on UN business, but also it was early in the Trump administration. And so he reached out to the Trump administration for a meeting, which is exactly what a high commissioner should do: engage governments, engage newly elected governments, establish dialogue, etc. And the people around Trump wanted to decline the meeting because they have a sort of existential critique of the UN. And I think that critique comes from an existential critique of being held accountable by domestic or international law. And this person that I know said, you can disagree, but take the meeting. Hear what he has to say and tell him exactly what you think, but at least establish the connection. This is a person of enormous institutional global power. And this person was laughed at for making this argument and fired because of it. And I was just floored by that. I mean, I'm still floored by that. So when we're not even willing to acknowledge the global influence and importance of the UN, and we have a seat on the UN Security Council, that is so dangerous for the entire institution. And actually, I feel like right now, one of the things that's making me feel safer in the world is Volker Turk, because I think Volker Turk consistently speaks out for human rights, even when it's uncomfortable. So I think we're in a crisis of multilateralism. I met with a private foundation a few days ago, and the representative that I met with has often funded the work of UN special mechanisms and NGOs that advocate in multilateral spaces. And I was just sort of asking her, where is she investing her resources right now, and what is she hearing from others in philanthropy? And she said, philanthropy is retreating from the UN because states are retreating from the UN. And it was another moment where I was completely horrified. And I thought, if states are retreating from the UN, then we need to be taking up more space because they don't want to be held accountable, and we have to make the arguments that these institutions matter. So I think where that leads me is that I think that we have to invest significantly more effort, especially those of us that are in civil society or academia, in making the case for why these institutions matter. And I really like Einar's point. I'm going to try to be an optimist, You're from a country where it's gray and rainy on like a good. Someone said to me, "Oh, it's beautiful out today." And I was like, "You know who you are." So to hear you say like I'm an optimist, but I'm not an optimist on this issue, but I do think we can do better. We can explain why the UN matters, and I'll give just a very fast example on this. I was teaching a class at Harvard this week, and I had to do like the UN 101. And people are like, yeah, but why it's so hard to get to the UN, it's far from my country, it privileges elite activism and strategies. And I was like, there's lots of problems with it, it's not a perfect space. But on my issue set, LGBTQ, on every major impact litigation case on LGBTQI rights for the last decade, both sides for and against LGBTQI equality have used data that came directly from the UN. So if we want to win on human rights struggles at the country level, we have to take advantage of what's coming out of international law.
Thank you. And moving on now to Kat.
So red means on, okay. About time I found out. Okay. Katja, you mentioned in your presentation exactly this, what's been happening, what the important roles of the UN are. But at the same time, we have now 30% less money in the UN than 2 years ago. We have the UN80 proposal of the Secretary General and his staff that's going to propose 20% cut of staff, allegedly. So, and a lot of reforms that still are to be discussed. So what's the way forward on this, and how do you react to these points of the role of academia and civil society with regards to the UN on supporting where the gap is now?
Thank you. Yes, just some very sporadic, I guess, comments or reflections. I guess the rainy day, I mean, I've learned that detta räddas, or how do you say the saying in Iceland, that everything will work out, so they are very sort of good on this, appreciating and being positive. But at the same time, when we have a crisis of multilateralism, I think we have the financial crisis is parallel. Connected, but also like the US has been paying, nobody is not pay, we don't want to pay for multilateralism anymore. And also, I think, well, if I'm honest, I think we less and less want to hear about the UN. Like there's nobody really in Finland, or not many I know of, that would do research on the UN or institutions. It's just sort of out of fashion. It's hard power, like we spoke. So what I'm trying to do back home is to talk about the UN and always explain the same things, that it's not only the Security Council, and it's much more, and it affects actually people's lives. But I also think we should remember that in most countries, there was a recent research that in most countries actually of the world, they are positive about UN, and they are feeling that it's working on their behalf. So I think we are also sort of, we're not the crisis, but we are part of that declining support for UN, and whatever we can do to improve. I think participating concretely in the Council work, whether it's the Security Council or the Human Rights Council, is very important. And highlighting that, but maybe highlighting the pendulum, that hard power is not everything. We will always come back to the softer side and need that as well. But I think one problem for Western countries is that at the same time when we all realize that the UN needs reform, and we say that we want every country to be well represented, and it doesn't reflect the reality we have today with the rising global south. At the same time, it's problematic for us because they might want to create different kind of rules. So we also need to reflect on, do we accept multilateralism as it is, or will produce something else than what we have been used to? So I think more discussion on these different kind of multilateralism, what it produces, whether it's academia or government officials, I think is important.
So now the task is to push the pendulum, I think. I think we need to find a way how to push it so it swings a little bit faster to the other direction. And I wanted to hear from you, Einar, on some of the specific approaches that is possible to take at the Human Rights Council and on global human rights from that August body on specific issues. So you can go a little bit deeper into the methodology of how we can move and push the pendulum.
Thank you. And I mean, first I would pick up on what Jessica said, being a diplomat, I'm being paid not to sit down with those that agree with me. I'm being paid to sit down with those that we have the strongest disagreements with. So that is, of course, at the core of what we need to do, especially when we are dealing with soft power. So basically, we have to take on those issues and we have to engage on them. And that's why I think it was also very powerful, as I already mentioned, to hear from Nazanin this morning, sort of representing the views of some of those that are our constituents, the people on the ground, the people in Iran that actually feel that it is worth something that is being done. So I take that just as one example. Very powerful engagement we have had with people from Afghanistan as well. And just this week, we managed to get a new mechanism established on Afghanistan, independent investigative mechanism on Afghanistan. It was a struggle. Some did not want to, let's say, take too close of a look into that. We're thinking about sort of what was the scope in terms of time and what would be investigated, and I think we can all understand the reasons for that. But we managed to get that through. It is now on the docs. It will still need to be funded, but I believe that there are some clever ways of trying to work around these funding shortages that Katja was just talking about. Just when we talk about the Human Rights Council, which is of course just one level of the pillar of human rights, or sort of the top level of the human rights pillar at the UN. But we have to remember that as I said, it is soft in nature. So what it does is really to put focus on things. It doesn't have the power to stop human rights abuses as such. There are other elements within the system to do that. So we have the reports, we have the special procedure holders, the special rapporteurs, we have the fact-finding missions, we have the independent investigative mechanisms, and all of this is to collect knowledge that can later be used for whatever purposes, policy, judicial proceedings, and we shouldn't undermine the council by thinking that it is something else. And this work is proceeding, I think, in the session of the council that just concluded. I took a look at it. We had more than 100 reports on the table in front of us for consideration over these 4 weeks. It is a challenge for small delegations. It's a stack this high. But we have ways of working with it, and therein comes civil society. It is an extremely important resource for us. I cannot stress it enough. Work on human rights without civil society engagement would only be the shadow of what it is. And in that regard, it is also very important to focus on human rights at home, as I thank the youth representatives for mentioning in their interventions. And the fact is, no one likes when they're being told something is not okay. It applies all across the world. I could cite a couple of examples here from Iceland. I know there are others that could cite them even better than I can. You may remember that there was a huge debate in the UK of getting rid of the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg because they didn't like some of the rulings that came from there. This comes from all over the place. No one likes to be told, that they are in the wrong. But it still needs to be done. So I encourage all of those that have civil society sort of connections here to continue that work. It is an absolutely essential element of what we are doing.
And this underlines this important point that governments and authorities, they need civil society, and civil society needs government. So it's this mutual arrangement that needs to be reinforced. And all the speakers here today have also mentioned the power in the numbers, the movement in Iran of women, life, freedom, the movement behind the recognition of Palestine, the letters that Vladimir Kara-Murza received in prison, the way it's possible to mobilize on LGBTQI plus rights, and you mentioned also that within the UN, the smaller countries can pull together. So let's move to the positive side on what's possible to do. And I thought it was very interesting to hear this morning that even in a dire situation like in Iran, Nazanin could present a 5-point plan on what every country can do. And I wanted to hear from you some ideas on how to actually get out of this hole that we're into. You have mentioned some, and I'll start with you, Jessica, and then Artis.
I think I'll say two things, and I know my colleagues will have lots of ideas. One that we've already talked about, which is explain why the UN is relevant. I think people don't know. Some people don't even know how to spell UN. I watched one of those videos on TikTok or Instagram that's what the UN has done for you. And I'll probably butcher the fact, but in essence, how you turn your phone on when you go to another country and suddenly you can get on the local network? Well, that's thanks to agreements the UN has negotiated. And I thought, oh my God, that's a really tangible thing that benefits me in my daily life. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So we need to actually explain its relevance for people. There's a second thing that I want to say that I think requires more finesse, which is that I think we have to be willing to acknowledge what hasn't worked at the UN so that we're credible in the current moment and try to streamline and rebuild better. So for those of us that are institutionalists, it can feel really hard to have that conversation because so much of the reform the UN critique feels hostile, hostile to multilateralism and coming from bad actors. I think that we can reject the premise of those who are using those arguments to undermine the UN and undermine its human rights provisions while acknowledging there are things that we could do better. So I'm troubled by the proposal to consolidate UNFPA and UN Women, for example. But I've also been troubled by the fact that UN Women has not had adequate political or financial resources for years. So I do think that in the reconstruction, we can find ways of creating potentially more political power through some of the consolidation that's coming.
And Artisana, you want to follow up and add some points?
Yes, I think it's true that many people have kind of forgotten what the United Nations is about in the UN and everything, and this is just simply because we forget easily, and history repeats itself not necessarily in a very long period of time. I think it's important to go back to basics a little bit. Of course, we want to protect the United Nations because it has proven, despite many flaws, it has proven to still be quite effective in protecting what it was intended to protect, which is peace. And I think that's maybe what we need to remind us and everyone of. Why did we do this in the beginning? Of course, there are flaws, but why are we doing it? And I think it is easy to explain to everyone why we would want to have international law that we all agree that we want to abide by. And I think simple things as just, that another country cannot invade another, just simple rules like that. And to remind people that human rights are part of international law. And that human rights is not just some established, some institutionalized sympathy because we feel sorry for some people. Human rights are invented, are how to say, the human came up with it because it is the key to peace. And for us to live in a community where everyone can be fine. And that means everyone, also me and also you, not just the sorry ones. You know, it's sometimes I feel like today, even in Iceland, when we talk about human rights, people talk like, yeah, no, we don't have, you know, we can't be bothered to think about that. That's a luxury sympathy issue we don't have time to deal with now because we're in crisis. And then we have forgotten what it's about. It's really about what we all want, which is peace and stability. So I think that's what we need to go back a little bit, back to basics and talk about the reason for everything from the beginning, remind us of the history. I think it is problematic how governments that are for the UN and for international law are not upholding it in their own actions. I think because international law has very limited tools for enforcement, but still there are tools and we're not using them, and it's a little bit arbitrary. And for example, if I just take Iceland as an example, Iceland has its independence, its existence, relying on international law being respected. We are tiny, but we are still very powerful, and we have to use that. I mean, it has been mentioned twice here today that people are so honored to come here because Iceland was the first one to recognize Lithuania, one of the first to recognize Palestine. We did that, and nobody came and blew us up for it. It actually had the opposite effect. Actually, people listened and they followed. So we do have authority, and why should we do that? Because we are for international law, we want to uphold it, so we should start by doing it ourselves. And I think we can have much more confidence in that, and we should just be more loyal to it. I think that's a very important step.
Thank you. And Katja, now if we look at the ongoing reform proposals for an organization that has these crises happening, and there is already a risk or a threat that if the reform process means going back to the basic roles of the UN from the origin, that the rights-based organizations will be left aside, that they are too much of a nuisance to those who are behind some of the proposals. So I would like to hear your opinions on how to protect the rights-based, the human rights side of the UN during these proposals that are intended to streamline the organization and use funds better.
Well, thank you. I guess if I had a solution, I would not be sitting here. I would be in New York doing that. But so I get some random comments. I mean, I'm one of the persons with, in my handbag, I have the little blue book on the UN Charter. So I'm that kind of person. And I know that they mention human rights there in the preamble already. So I mean, I think it should be difficult to sort of set aside that. But I just wanted to say that I think also, like, not to, how to emphasize the role of the UN. I think it's very important when we talk about the UN also to say, most of us come from small states here, so to say that it's the only place that every state has a voice, the United Nations General Assembly, and to explain that there really is not, an alternative to that. And still, I'm trying to be positive, so when it's the UN high-level week, people still want to be there. So although they are critical, they still show up and give speeches. Even Trump, maybe not next year after the escalator broke down. But they still want to be there. And I would say that, in the larger scale, there is also an joint understanding that we need to reform the World Organization. So there are some positive steps, but then, of course, how to amend the charter is impossible. But peace and security should be in focus, but so should the human rights. It's there, and I will open my little blue book and show them next time if they forget about it. So I think it can't, of course, be. It's indivisible from the charter.
Sorry, Katja, what else do you have in your handbag?
Everything you need.
And do you want to pick up the point, because you've also been a permanent representative to the UN in New York and now in Geneva, and we have these processes going on and this ongoing, let's call it a crisis situation and then a reform process.
Well, I said earlier I was an optimist, and the optimist will at least have a better day, Maybe wrong at the end of the day, but will have a better day. But having said that, on this, there is always the possibility of using whatever situation you are dealing with for better or for worse. And clearly it is so that the current financial crisis, which is bringing up on the UN, we know it, the money will not be coming, and if we do nothing, there will be some kind of a flat reduction of everything. So basically the main driving force is to not do the stupid thing and just cut everything equally, but rather to try to do it in a more smart way and do more of the things that we need to do and less of the things that we could possibly get away with. And this crisis mode might make some of the attempts that have been ongoing for years and decades, maybe just this slight possibility that there would be more successful of dealing with it in a targeted way. So I think that is sort of what we hear when we are discussing this at sort of the small group levels. Everyone is rooting for that. How can we avoid doing it in the stupid way and rather try to force it more into the direction of doing smart reorganization, smart cuts, fund better the things that we need to fund. Jessica mentioned some, and maybe do away with some of the institutional hierarchy that has built up over the years in an organization that has a very difficult sort of governance structure. The member states, we talk about it as mandates, the member states are constantly giving mandates to the UN organization, and then every mandate becomes holy. It cannot be touched. And when we do that, the member states, we are sort of forcing ourselves into this stupid direction. So we have to, and this probably means that on some occasions we will have to tolerate seeing something sort of in this change that we would not be as happy about, just so that we don't take away the willingness to try to do it in a smart way. So that would be.
There was someone who said that you could never let a good crisis go to waste. So that's the question, if this is a hopeful message. So let's open up the floor if there are any questions from the floor. And but I really encourage you before that you state your name and maybe an affiliation. You don't need to do that, but state your name, and it's for questions, not comments or speeches. First, top row there. Do you want to point it to anyone special, or is it to the panel? Yes, we didn't hear it well. You can also state it in Icelandic, and we can translate to the speakers. Takk hérlega fyrir þetta. So he's asking, would another mission to the moon increase the authority of the UN and the respect for the UN? Let's take a few more, and then we can, if there are other questions from the panel, otherwise we can go to answer this one and discuss further.
I wanted to ask you, before becoming an academic, I was in feminist activism, and I wanted to ask you, what can feminists and LGBTQI plus people do together because it seems to me that there's a big overlap in what we're fighting for.
Should we take one more, if there is one more from the... It's a very polite crowd. One over there.
Yeah, I'm Paul Davison from the UN Association of Iceland and long-term UN employee. I believe my question maybe missed Katja, maybe Einar a little bit. So we've been asking ourselves, what can Iceland do to speak with its current crisis, the multilateralism, and UN is facing? I find it interesting that Finland, for instance, we have a strategy on Finland's new era of cooperation, I think it's called, right? And Norway has a white paper on Norway and multilateralism, where you have literally strategically identified the opportunities for Finland and Norway to support multilateralism, looking at all the tools at the disposal of society, right? Very detailed analysis of what these countries can do, right? So I'm just wondering, what is the experience of Finland in approaching multilateralism from that perspective? For instance, Norway made it a priority of its foreign policy to support multilateralism, right? So could Iceland be following similar examples as we've been doing in the other Nordic countries?
Thank you. So let's start with Jessica, because to address the feminist, or do you want to have a moment to think? So Katja, you start, and then Einar, then Artis, then Jessica, and you address the questions that were pointed to you, and also the general question.
Yes, I'll start with this last question, because to the second that was directed to Jessica, and the first I'm still contemplating. So on the multilateralism side, I think what inspired Finland at least to look at it, produce a report, and there were some, our institute was also involved in doing research on multilateralism and its future. So I think here the example really comes from the European Union. And I won't urge Iceland to join the EU. I always try to do that with Norway and miserably fail. But I think because many European Union or EU member states, or some, was looking, Germany in particular is important for Finland also in terms of bilateral relations. And Germany was doing an exact similar exercise. And I think EU is very much focusing on, from effective multilateralism to now talking about strategic multilateralism and how we sort of combine values and multilateralism. So I think this inspired Finland to look at it as well. And of course, now we have, after that, a new multilateral forum to test our findings in. Of course, NATO is also a multilateral forum, which is in which we need to be strategic. And I think also the realization that multilateralism is more and more a struggle, and you need to really think about how to be smart in that. But I think it relates to the EU discussions and debates more. So, yeah.
Thank you. As we heard very clearly today from the Foreign Minister of Palestine, there is nothing given in sort of being a state among states. That is something that only sort of materializes if you work actively for it and the conditions are right. So for Iceland, multilateralism has been at the core of everything. It was at the core of how we behaved during World War II, how sort of we went about establishing our republic or replacing the Kingdom of Iceland with the Republic of Iceland. And it was very much at the center of everything when we choose which international organizations to join and which not. And these are political choices, but of course, being an independent state, having a voice, it's all about using that voice. If you don't use it, you lose it. So we have to decide how we can use it, and we try to use it in support of multilateralism. We are not a military power, and we will never be. And so for us, that is at the core of our interest, of having a strong multilateral system and being an active participant where we can, and try to sort of have something to bring to the table. And on the first question, it is always so that when we have something big with a big purpose that can unite us, it can have a lot of positive benefits. So what it could be, I'm not going to say anything about that, but these great undertakings are really important to give purpose to everything that we are working on. So in that sense, there is a thought in that. So I thank you for that. And
thank you. I'm going to address the moon mission question first. I'm also an attorney, so I have a lot of clients that have conflicts of some sort. And it quite often comes to my mind, okay, people just need to have something to do. People are just, they don't have enough, how to say, joy and things to do. So maybe a common distraction would be useful to get us out of this, this guy bombing that guy, this kind of situation. So I'm going to say maybe it would increase our sense of unity for it, but it would have to be a common mission. Of course, the last one was a competition, so maybe it would turn into the opposite. Just very quickly about the question regarding the feminist movement and the LGBTQI+. Someone said recently, if you put all the minorities in the world together, you don't have a lot of people left. So they're definitely not the minority. And of course, it's a very, very typical and very basic strategy of those who want to undermine human rights to pose minority groups or just people, different groups against each other. So I think the key is to stick together and to realize that this is not about women's rights, this is not about trans rights, this is not about anything, it's about human rights. And I think that's a focus that we can always, and we should always keep. Our interests are the same when it comes to human rights. They are, everyone, also the tiny majority.
Thanks for that question. I think that there's already a lot of overlap and coordination between feminists and LGBTQI activists. Some feminists are members of the LGBTQI community. A lot of members of the LGBTQI community are feminists. Not everyone, but there are points of intersection. I think we're working really well together on the CSW, on a lot of the UPRs, and frequently on the special mechanisms. But to answer in the specific, I think there are 3 places where we can do better. I feel that there's not enough centralized, coordinated advocacy by the women's rights and gender equality movement at UN headquarters spaces. And I felt that way for a long time due to the collapse of some organizations, the emergence of others that have gone in different directions as leadership transitions have happened. But I feel like we're really on our back foot in terms of a consistent, coordinated, proactive strategy. So that feels like a place of opportunity and a gap. And if there's anyone in the room who is secretly a billionaire and you are waiting for someone to ask, this would be a great area to invest. A second point that I want to emphasize is I think with the restructuring of the UN, some of the UN agencies that have been the most dependable allies, both to feminists and LGBTQI people, are on the chopping block. Whether it's UN Women or UNAIDS or UNFPA or UNESCO, like these are some of the places where we need to come out whole. And I think we can make common cause with each other. And then to just end with, I think, one of the more complicated issues, the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women has traditionally been, in my mind, one of the most important special mechanisms. And whether I'm wearing my feminist hat or my LGBTQI hat, has been an indispensable source of redress for vulnerable people. The current mandate holder is violently anti-trans, but is clever enough to make it seem like she's not, unless you read all of her work in detail, and then it's voluminous. And I don't think that LGBTQI activists can hold the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women accountable in the way that women's rights activists can and must. So that's an area where we can and should do better coordination with each other. Thank you for your question. And I want to be a part of the moon mission.
So our time is up. Thank you very much to the panelists for this lively discussion. And I think there's a break now before the next session. Thank you.
We will have a very short break, and let me also remind you that we have a very good session starting after the break. We'd like you all to come back for that, where we're giving out some awards to young school children for their artwork. So please come back for that.
You have such neat handwriting. I'm so jealous.
Welcome back, everyone. We have obviously gotten a bit of a new crowd in here, and I'm very excited about that. I hope you'll excuse me for saying a few words in Icelandic. Velkomin, krakkar, gaman að sjá ykkur. Yes. Það er samt aðeins að tala ensku núna, afsakið. Here to give us a few words on cities as peace builders and human rights at the local level, it is my honor to introduce to you one of the hosts today, the Mayor of Reykjavík, Heiða Björg Hilmisdóttir.
Thank you, Pia, and congratulations on this good day. I know you have been working here the whole day, and we are, of course, proud to be a part of that, even though we have been in many places today, like all days. But distinguished guests and friends, it's always important to talk about peace. It's, of course, my honor to welcome you to Reykjavík, maybe a little bit late, because you have been here 2 days at least. But we gather here under the theme, Protecting Rights, Defending Peace. And that is, of course, always important, but really, really important. And I know you have been talking about this now, and there are many meetings also happening that are not happening here. We, Reykjavík, we are really proud to be the home of this discussion and this Peace Center and be a part of this cooperation with the University of Iceland. It was here in this city that there was a famous summit. Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev met here for a summit in the beginning when they started. Even though they didn't get a treaty at that time, they started a discussion. And they sat down and they talked to each other. During the Cold War, we thought no one would ever talk because it was the Cold War for all us who lived that time. But the dialogue started, and it resulted in we think, and history says that, yeah, the possibility of disarmament was it was lightened, and of course. And we thought maybe then that everything would then get better and better and better and better. But we were really proud to be a home for this, and Höfða remains this symbol of reconciliation. It's of course a small house, it's a small city, but we see that even though we are a small city, then we can act on the global scale, and we can act for peace on a global scale. And for us in Reykjavík, peace is not like an abstract idea or a distant goal. We are always working for peace in everything we do. At the local level, where people meet, where people live, that is the place where you have to work for peace. Like all these small structures, small like democratic procedures, safety in the streets, safety that you get your education, that you feel that you have affordable housing, access to schools, this reliable public service if you need, when you need it, and that you can have this free speech, and you can see culture and do whatever makes you bigger. That is, I think, what the municipalities, what the cities are doing for peace, and that is something that we take really, really seriously. This is important when a child walks to school with confidence, knows that it's safe and nothing will happen. And when a family can count on getting a good housing, when all residents feel that their voices matter in the shaping of the community. These are not only social policies, they are also acts of peace. And we also understood this peace as a sanctuary. Our city is a proud member of ICRON. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's international cities for refugee network. So we have been making a safe haven for writers who and journalists and artists who need a space, safe space to work. By giving them this free space and free space to create freely, we have not only been protecting these individuals, we have also been cooperating, we have been defending their freedom and taking part in something new that is happening. And that is so important. And I guess you all saw yesterday the piece artwork in Viðey, the Imagine Tower, which was created by Yoko Ono in memory of her husband, John Lennon. It would like to yesterday, the day he would have turned 85 years old if he had lived. It is tall, it lights the sky, and sometimes you can see it through the skies. We have, and I think it's important, and you can watch it all over from all over the world because it's on stream. And I know many people are watching it. I know Yoko Ono was watching it yesterday because we got the message. She could see it even though the weather was not good and we didn't get to go there. But there we are using the geothermal energy. The tower is like connecting this sustainability with hope. And we have now they have gathered many millions of wishes for peace. And we are working with them on how we can strengthen that and be more like the home for peace, home for wishes. So for us, we want everyone to remember that peace is not a dream. It's not like anything that is far away and impossible. If we all would imagine peace, if we all would act for peace, work for peace, it is absolutely possible. Because it's our grounding rights, and I think most of us are absolutely agreed that this is something that is important for us and that everything of this starts locally. So we have believed this and we have been working on this. We are working now on better housing for all our citizens. The current majority of the municipality now, we have been working actively on that, especially affordable housing. And we think just equality is a human right. And in more equal societies, there is more peace. That is just scientifically proven. Also, there's that in Iceland, me and many other women, we can take part in the society, and that is not given everywhere. But we think that we are showing that also to the world, that we can absolutely work as men, even though we have children, and men can also take paternity leave, and we can have daycare, and we can do it, and it is also a structure for peace. Because when you feel that you are growing and you can make your dreams come true, that is a good place to live in. I grew up, of course, with role models like Vigdís Finnbogadóttir. I was 9 years old when she was the first elected head of state. It was magnificent. I can tell you all. It was like a victory for us all the girls in Iceland. And I think she has been such a role model for all of us. And we all can be role models if we stand up and be what we want to be. Because nothing is permanent. And I mean, it's a short time that we have been participating like equals in the society. It's not a long time. I mean, I know personally the first president and the prime minister, and it's sometimes scary how short it is. And we have to work on it. All rights we get, nothing is for granted. So we know that words matter. Words are not all that matters, but they still matter. And we cannot be silent when we see something that is unfair. Because if we just stay silent, our rights can roll back and we can lose them again. And that is something that we will never let happen. if we all have our focus on it. And that is why cities must remain vigilant. We must be awake, we must be working for this. And we are, because our work is not only protecting human rights, but we also have to act. If there is a threat, we have to secure the water, we have to secure the housing, we have to take care of those who are disabled. We have to, so much of this is in our responsibility. I sometimes get this question, why is Reykjavík a part of Höfða Peace House? Why are we working for peace? And that is because peace starts at local level, and also, like we have been seeing in Ukraine and other countries where they have now war, the municipalities are those who are like standing, and the last one that goes is often the mayor. So we now support young people, migrants and marginalized groups to have a say in the shaping of the city. I had this meeting this morning with a lot of builders of how we can make this more even and build more for affordable housing and more service into the neighborhoods. And all cities are making this more or less around the world. And those who are not, we are trying to get them with us. So we are also working together as cities to make the world a better place, especially now when some of our prime ministers and governments are maybe more focusing on defense and weapons. Because we never use weapons, and we always use words, and we always use dialogue. It's sometimes said that when national governments hesitate, cities act. And we want to be a city like that. And when international negotiations stall, we can act, and we can act for peace. And that even though we are not large, we are here, and we take our responsibility seriously. We are participating in many sister networks now, and I hope you all see the light from within, and you all feel the song that it was written about. This, you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Because if we are many who dream of peace, we can have peace. And if you are many who work for peace, we can get peace. And we take this to our heart, and we are like really proud to be this home for this. And I think that if we all let us dream, I know you have been working and talking today about really, really difficult situations and what is happening in the world. And you may think I'm naive to say this, but I really believe in it. And I've been working with many cities who are actually also seeing this the same way. So on behalf of the city of Reykjavík, I just want to thank you all for joining here. I want to thank you all for taking part in this, for taking your time. Time is everything we own, and to take your time to act for peace and sit in conferences like this and talk to others about how we can do the world a better place. That is actually, this makes our investment in this project even better, and this also makes, we see that this is the right way to go. So thank you so much for inviting me, and I say there are many young people here who will, I hope, live peace in the world. Thank you. Now I have another project that is not worse. And now I'm going to speak a little bit Icelandic because this is important for the children here. And I said peace is something we act for in every level, and this is the third time that we have this competition. So krakkar, verið velkomin, og fyrirgefi ég talaði bara ensku, en ég var svona að tala hvað mikilvægt að borgin okkar sé að vinna fyrir frið, og við erum að vinna með mörgum borgum að því að skapa frið og leita eftir því hvað fólki finnst mikilvægt til þess að friður geti ríkt. Og ég var að skoða myndirnar ykkar og þær eru mjög ólíkar sumum öðrum sem að koma þar sem að þessi samkeppni er líka. og það sýnir svolítið að það getur verið gaman að bera stundum saman mismunandi lönd og mismunandi hvernig maður sér frið fyrir sér. Og þið voruð each member city can select up to 5 pieces, each for category 1, 6 to 10 ára, 6 to 10 years. You can read this, of course, and category 2, 11 to 15 years old. And we are participating for the 3rd time, and we are proud of that. And we received totally 59 artworks. Við erum að taka þátt í 3. skipti í þessari keppni. Ég hef líka séð myndir frá öðrum löndum og bara, þetta er mjög skemmtilegt og því stóðu getur ekki smá vel. Við fengum sem sagt 59 myndir. Ég var bara að klappa fyrir því, við fengum 59 myndir. Þetta voru 7 skólar í Reykjavík sem við þökkum kærlega fyrir þáttökuna. Þetta er fólkið sem var í dómnefnd og fekk að velja úr. Ég er fegin að ég var ekki þar. Mér finnst rosa erfitt að velja úr svona. En þau vildu sérstaklega, ég myndi lesa hérna fyrir ykkur sem að tóku þátt. Þau vilja þakka ykkur öllum hæfileikaríku listamönnum sem senduðu inn mynd. Listaverkin voru svar við spurningunni hvað er friður fyrir mér? Og það var ánægilegt að sjá hversu fjölbreytt viðfangsefni verkanna voru, til dæmis nemendur að læra stærðfræði. Það getur verið friður. Fagurt landslag, algjörlega, óhlutbundin litadýrð, fótboltaleikur og alls konar sem er friður fyrir börnunum í Reykjavík. Og val dómnefndarinnar var erfitt, þau segja það líka hérna, ég trúi því, sko. En þau verk sem hér eru og fá tilnefningu eiga það sameiginlegt að vera frumleg, búa yfir miklu listfengi í litavali og útfærslu og fjalla á ólíkan hátt friðar hugmyndina. Eru þið tilbúin að vita hverjir þetta eru? Hilda, þú ætlar að hjálpa mér. Þú ert með réttu harpa. Þú ert með réttu umslögin fyrir hvert barn. Svo ég fór ekki að gefa eitthvað vitlaus umslög með einhverju vitlausu nafni.
Líka að byrja að staldra við.
Já.
Það verður tekin einn mynd, einstaklingsmynd, og svo aftur í sæti og svo tökum við
Já, ég geri það. Já, algjörlega. Ekki fara þegar þið eru búin að fá verkið, þegar við viljum taka margar myndir af okkur. Algjörlega. En við byrjum þá í fyrstu kategoríunni, fyrsta hópnum. Það eru 6 til 10 ára og það er Sara Mist Sindradóttir. Er hún hér í Foldaskóla? Viltu koma og fá svona velun frá okkur?
Borgarstjóran var þetta fólk.
Og næsti vinningshafi er Stefán Helgi Helgason sem er líka í 3. bekk í Foldaskóla. Theodór Ás Heiðarsson, 3. bekk í Grandaskóla. Ég er þessa leikriku og fallega með. Já, ég kann við hennan appelsínugula fugl, ég væri til að hafa nokkra svona. Það var einmitt hressa vilur upp á. Nú kemur regnboginn, Valentína Can We Ho. Vonaði þessi rétt hjá mér, 3. bekk Foldaskóla. þú mátt leiðrétta mig ef þetta ekki rétt hjá mér. Tindur Atlason í 3. bekk Grandaskóla. Svona er fullorðna fólkið. Það séur ekki alltaf. En hún er samt líka svolítið flott. Svolítið flott svona líka. Þá fyrir við í næsta hóp sem er hópur nr. 2. Það eru 11 til 15 ára. Og þar er Evelyn Auður Atladóttir í 8. bekk í Víkurskóla. Og hún hér. Hérna sjáum við stjörnur í kringum hnöttinn, sjáum bara brosandi fiska og blóm og býflugur. Þetta er svo hæfileikaríkir krakkar hérna. Hákon Jansson í 9. bekk í Víkurskóla, hann gerði þessa frábæru mynd sem sýnir bæði það sem er fyrir ofan jörðinu og fyrir neðan, ræturnar. Eftir hérna. Maja Kjallæs í 9. bekk í Foldaskóla. Það sjáu þið. Friðardóan efst, þetta er bara eins og eitthvað einhver póster fyrir eitthvað magna. Mohammad M.H. Albayok, þú hér einhvers staðar? Þarna ertu í móttökudeild Selfoss. Og Þórdís Erla Þórðardóttir í 9. bekk í Víkurskóla. Það var nú gaman ef að skíin var svona. Frábært. Þá eru allir vinningshafarnir komnir og í rauninni, Pía, villiðum að taka mynd af þeim öllum og svo tekur þú við, eða ekki? Er það ekki? eina hópin. Bara til hamingju krakkar. En þá þakka ég bara fyrir mig og aftur til hamingju krakkar, þið eru frábær.
Nú förum við að nálgast loka kaplan í dag, and I'm actually switching over to English again. Here, for some final words today, we'll have some final reflections after that by the rector of the University of Iceland, and my boss here today, so of course she gets the final word. But right now, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Þorgerður Katrín Gunnarsdóttir, is here to give us a speech. And for anyone that wants to leave with the little kids, of course you are allowed to do so. Þorgerður Katrín Gunnarsdóttir, here you go.
Nema hvað? Yes, absolutely, definitely. Maybe we should conclude right away. But magnificent pictures, wonderful. The world is upside down in these days, yes. I'm typical Icelandic with a little bit cold. But dear, bara farið út að með hana. Ég ætla ekki að taka þetta inn á mig. Horfa á þig, Pia, thank you. Dear Pia, Excellencies, distinguished guests and dear friends, I'm really honored to address this forum on protecting rights and defending peace. Allow me to begin by expressing my deep appreciation to all the excellent speakers and panelists here today. Your dedication to human rights and peace gives hope in times when both are under severe strain. Þakka fyrir Þórhildur. Thank you, dear Þórhildur Sunna. Always a human rights activist. I also wish to congratulate the Institute for International Affairs for their superb organization, and also to thank Höfða Peace Center and the Icelandic United Nations Association for the excellent cooperation in the lead up to today's event. At the heart of our discussions lies a simple yet profound truth. The protection and promotion of human rights is the foundation for peace. Without respect for human dignity, there can be no lasting stability. Without justice, there can be no reconciliation. And yet today we see that exact foundation being shaken. Around the world, conflicts, raids, and the very principles that underpin the international human rights system are being tested, and that heavily. In Gaza, the humanitarian situation is catastrophic, as we know. We have witnessed crimes against humanity and war crimes in broad daylight. It is my sincere hope that the ceasefire agreement succeeds in restoring full humanitarian access and the release of all hostages. We urgently need peace for all the innocent people. While the ceasefire is an important step, very important step, and it brings also hope, we must not lose the sight of the goal of a just and sustainable peace based on the two-state solution. Never forget that. And the developments now on the West Bank for me and the horrific behavior coming from the Israeli settlers, it's most concerning, and we cannot forget what that can, in a way, affect the possibility to fight for the two-state solution. So we cannot lose the sight or focus of that goal. And I'm grateful to Dr. Varsen. I know she is not, Dr. Varsen, you're not here now, you've already left, but the Foreign Minister of Palestine, she is a wonderful person, as you have already heard. I will thank her for joining us today to give insights into her people's struggles, their resilience, and the unwavering hope for a realization of the right to self-determination. In Ukraine, Russia's war of aggression continues to inflict the devastating human suffering. The deliberate targeting of civilians and the destruction of schools, we know that hospitals and critical infrastructure are flagrant violations of international law. And meanwhile, in Russia, fundamental freedoms are being dismantled, with human rights defenders, lawyers, journalists, minorities, and opposition politicians facing harassment and persecution. In such a climate, one cannot be but hopeful in the face of the courage and the determination of people like Vladimir Kara-Murza, which I had the honor to meet early this morning. And in Iran, we see new measures to suppress the legitimate demand of the people of Iran, in particular women and girls, as we know, for their human rights to be respected. Iceland has been in a leading role in the Human Rights Council in calling for accountability for the crimes committed by the regime during the protests in the fall of 2022. The Women, Life, Freedom movement inspires us all, and I thank especially Nazanin Boniati for her continued fight for the rights of Iranian women and girls, which I also met yesterday, inspiring role model. In Afghanistan, the Taliban have expanded the institutionalized gender oppression, effectively excluding women and girls from public life. And as a member of the Human Rights Council, Iceland has repeatedly called for a comprehensive mechanism for Afghanistan. And on Monday, the Council established such a mechanism, taking a vital step towards accountability. And we must stand firm with the Afghan people and not let the grave human rights situation become normalized. Dear friends, we know these are not only political crises, they are human tragedies. And they remind us that our shared security depends on our shared humanity. Human rights are not an abstract ideal. They are the building blocks of peace, the principles that ensure every person can live free from fear and free to speak, believe, and also belong. For Iceland, human rights are the cornerstone of our foreign policy. They guide our developments, efforts, and our engagement in the multilateral system. At a time when human rights are under pressure and democracy faces growing threats, our commitment must not waver. We must stand firm together, states, civil society, and international organizations alike, to defend the universality and indivisibility of human rights. Iceland is proud to serve on the Human Rights Council through the year 2027. During our term, we will place particular emphasis on gender equality, LGBTQI plus rights and the rights of children and youth, and on strengthening the connection between human rights and the environment as well. I must say I'm deeply concerned by the growing backlash against gender equality and against the rights of LGBTQI plus persons. This backlash is not isolated, and we feel it even back here in Iceland. Unbelievable, but it is so. And this backlash, it is part of a wider, from my point of view, from a wider erosion of democracy and human dignity. And it is one we must confront, not with anger, but with unwavering conviction, compassion, and solidarity for freedom to all people. Dear friends, the world does not lack the means to achieve peace. It often lacks the will. Our task is to rekindle that will, to insist that peace and human rights are not competing goals, but mutually reinforcing obligations. Let us build on the wonderful balance between realism and hope that I understood has been the through line in the discussions here today. Let us defend human rights not only with words, but also with action. Because in the end, safeguarding rights is safeguarding peace for our nations, for our fellow citizens, and for all future generations. Thank you so much for participating in this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Þorgeir. I hope you'll start feeling better soon. It's not good to be coughing when you're giving a speech, I understand that, but you did it very well. So that's very good. So we're almost at the end now. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce to you my boss, the rector of the University of Iceland. She's also the predecessor to my job. She was director of the Institute of International Affairs a few years ago. I don't know if that signals that I will become rector. I don't think so. But who knows? Final reflections, Silja Bára Ómarsdóttir.
Thank you. We need to do something about this setup here. This screen is in your face. Minister for Foreign Affairs, Excellencies, dear guests, it's great to be with you here today on the 9th occasion of the Imagine Forum, an event that has grown beyond what we could have imagined when we started. I want to thank all of you, the speakers, participants in the discussions, the audience, the organizers, for the insight, dedication, and commitment that you have brought to human rights that you've been bringing to our discussions today. Special thanks to our longstanding partners in this cooperation, the City of Reykjavik and the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. And we really appreciate the continued cooperation, highlighting what is possible when we bring together the efforts of academia, politics, and practice with a shared purpose. And this year, the UN Association in Iceland, as a special collaborator, thank you very much. And thank you, Vala, for running around with a mic all day. In this time, when the world really is upside down, I think it was a little bit symbolic that this picture of the world was really turned upside down. And this rising pushback, I started my morning, I missed the morning session here, started with the Lawyers Association talking about democratic backsliding and the challenges that we're facing today. So it's been a strong theme all day. It's so important that we're engaging in dialogue on the importance of strengthening international cooperation to better protect human rights. And as I mentioned, the UN, of course, we're 2 weeks away from the 80th anniversary of the UN's establishment. And we heard earlier this question, what has the UN done for you? And on the occasion of Iceland's 60th anniversary, the 60th anniversary of Iceland's membership, which was then 19 years ago, I participated in a panel where we asked a similar question. And I dug up what was that aroused my own interest and I think set the trajectory for my career, which was the UN's Year of the Child. And that year, there was a series of stories published in the children's magazine Æskan, The Youth, about, when I was digging it up, I remembered this, and I went to the National Archives and I found the copies of Æskan from 1979. And I found these stories. I found out that this had been a German effort of collecting stories from children all over the world, where they shared in text, not in pictures, what their world looked like. And I remember asking questions. How is it that a child doesn't have crutches if it needs them? How is it that somebody doesn't know what a fruit is? How is it that I have all of these things and the world is messed up in this way? And it's incredible that, 45 years later, that we still haven't moved further. But it's so important that we're here talking about these things. And what the UN has brought us is the rights of the child. It's the conference, the Convention to End Discrimination Against Women. It's the Law of the Sea. It's the United Nations Development Program, the United Nations Environmental Program, the Population Fund, so many different agreements, conventions, and what it brings us maybe most, I think, is hope, that we can get things done, no matter how difficult they can seem. And every now and then there's a little glimmer of hope, and then maybe we slide a little bit back. But I hope that we can continue pushing forward, and I hope especially on the occasion of Iceland's 80th anniversary as a member of the UN, the world will be a little bit of a better place. There's so much negative in the world, so it's great to get to see these pictures of what peace looks like. Let's try to focus on that, push back against the pushback, enhance freedom of speech, enhance academic freedom, enhance institutional autonomy, and press against those that would like to work against human rights. We see authoritarianism on the rise, democratic principles being pressured, fundamental rights being pushed back, so many rights that we have been fighting for generations. The right to control your own body, the right to identify as the person you are. And these are being challenged. So now it is even more important that we in universities, that we stand our ground, that we are safe spaces where knowledge can be promoted, critical thinking is encouraged, and open dialogue within and beyond our campuses is maintained. So the conversations you've had here today on protecting rights and defending peace are not abstract ideas, not abstract debates. They are about how we choose to live together, how we treat one another, and what kind of a future we dare to imagine. We talked a little bit this morning, where I started, that we tend to focus on the threats, not on peace. But how about if we work on peace and we push down the threats? I would like to conclude with those words. I look forward to continued conversations about these important topics here at the university and outside of our walls. And I would like to invite you to join us for some drinks and some continued conversation. Thank you again, Pia, and your team for a great day.